Chapter 549 Slaying Paragons in Succession. Chapter 549 Slaying Paragons in Succession. The initially chaotic battlefield was met with a momentary pause with the death of Blood Mist Sect's paragon. It was too fast. Nobody expected the paragon of Blood Mist Sect to die. Less than that, nobody expected him to die against a single move from this burly man who had appeared out of nowhere. His head was sent flying with a single slap. In fact, many of the cultivators present did not even manage to catch the appearance of the burly man clearly yet. A commotion broke out within the crowd. A variable had occurred. "How dare you!" Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon hollered in rage when he saw that the burly man was already close to reaching the vermilion fruit. Boom! A massive divine cauldron descended from the heavens with a blinding radiance and a terrifying aura that could suppress all living beings. The burly man's expression did not change and he did not stop at all. His bloodline burst forth alongside two divine lights from his eyes as the veins on his arms were exposed while his muscles knotted together like liquid steel. He threw a punch against the air. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the air. Is he crazy? He's trying to fight against a supreme-grade spirit weapon with his bare hand. He truly doesn't know what's good for him to underestimate the paragons of the North region as such. Remarks could be heard from the crowd. "Your arm is mine." The eyes of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon shone cruelly as he controlled his divine cauldron to smash down fiercely against the burly man. The burly man did not avoid or dodge and the flesh on his fist expanded rapidly, resembling a gigantic seal that emanated a heavy blood stench. Boom! The fist and the divine cauldron collided with a huge bang. After a momentary pause, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the divine cauldron. It was extremely tragic and thin lines could be seen forming on the surface of the cauldron. Pest! All the cultivators present gasped in shock. The next moment, the divine cauldron was repelled more than 100 feet away and its radiance dimmed. The cultivators that witnessed that were dumbfounded and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Nobody expected that the unknown burly man would be able to take on a supreme-grade spirit weapon barehanded and even send it flying. What sort of a body was that? Could that person be wearing some sort of a perfect or carnate glove spirit weapon? Otherwise, what could explain what just happened? The shock was even greater for Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon who was directly in the fight. Blood drained from his face and his mind went blank momentarily. It was way too domineering. A single punch from the burly man nearly shattered his divine cauldron. "You!" The moment Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon spoke with a single word, the burly man had already arrived before him in a flash with a suffocating ferocity. Breathing became difficult for him and he had to swallow whatever he wanted to say back. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. Although Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon was dazed, the burly man did not hesitate and was decisive to kill, slashing a cold saber in his hand forward. Blood chi spread. Not good. The paragon of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult snapped back to his senses and realized that his life was hanging on a thread. He did not have time to think at all and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Oh! Suddenly, the tragic sound of ghosts wailing could be heard as the burly man's saber sliced through the air, distracting one's mind instantly. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon could not support his golden core phenomenon fully and it dissipated in his moment of distraction. "It's over, this is where I die." Instantly, his heart sank. Poof! A saber beam flashed. A thin red line appeared on the throat of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon, expanding slowly before turning into a blood mist that stained the void. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's paragon was sliced on the throat and died on the spot. From the moment he appeared, the burly man had attacked for a total of 3 times and 2 paragons died. What in the world is that person's cultivation realm? He seems to only be at early stage golden core. What? The many cultivators that were watching were shocked and used their spirit-peering art on the burly man. His truly at early stage golden core. The voices of the crowd grew louder. However, the situation in the battlefield had turned more ridiculous with the inclusion of the burly man. After killing 2 people in succession, the burly man now had a rather empty path between him and the vermilion fruit without any obstructions. At that moment, the only ones closest to the burly man with the potential to stop him were on his sides, the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect and a black-robed swordsman. The black-robed swordsman's sword had been in his pitch-black sheath the entire time. Up till this point of the battle, he had not withdrawn it at all. Each time he attacked, the black-robed swordsman was barehanded and used his finger as a replacement for his sword, killing his enemies with streams of sword chi. At that moment, the initially dazed eyes of the black-robed swordsman that could not find a focal point were starting to converge upon seeing the might of the burly man. The lights of his pupils converged like two extremely sharp swords that gave off a chilling feeling. Slowly, the black-robed swordsman's right hand descended on his sword's handle. He could attack at any moment. When they noticed that, Taba Fong, Yuan Wujia and the others scoffed coldly internally. In their eyes, the burly man was already a dead man. Sensing something, the burly man turned his gaze towards the black-robed swordsman. The black-robed swordsman gave him an extreme sense of danger. That was a really frightening person. It was acknowledged in the cultivation world that sword cultivators had the strongest killing power. In Tianhuang mainland, the strongest sect for sword cultivators was Sword Sect of the 9 Immortal sects. The burly man had exchanged blows with Sword Sect's paragon before. However, the feeling that the black-robed swordsman gave off was even more dangerous than Sword Sect's paragon. Despite that, the burly man did not stop in his tracks. If he wanted to get his hands on the vermilion fruit, he would have to overwhelm everything with a thunderous might without any hesitation to allow anyone to react to him. How dare this unknown bastard try to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit? Before the black-robed swordsman attacked, the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect on the other side lost his cool and shouted. Moving along with his sword, he appeared before the burly man in a flash. The black-robed swordsman frowned slightly when he saw heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon attack. His right hand that was initially on his sword handle moved away slowly once more. Buzz! A blade quivered with a blinding radiance. 5 spirit patterns shone and the sword released a killing aura that seemed as though it could penetrate everything in the world. A perfect spirit weapon. The burly man narrowed his gaze as he looked at the incoming sword. His only consideration was the black-robed swordsman on the other side. However, at this moment, the black-robed swordsman had taken 2 steps back. It was clear that he did not want to join forces with heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon. Feeling relieved, the burly man swung his saber towards the incoming sword. Oh! The saber glided through the void and released the tragic sound of ghosts wailing once more, as though specters surrounded them. Puny tricks! Heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon sneered and flicked his wrist, causing his sword to buzz. Clang! Clang! As the sword buzzed, it released an infinite sharpness that suppressed the tragic wails instantly while slicing the specters into dust. Chapter 550, Getting the Vermilion Fruit. Chapter 550, Getting the Vermilion Fruit. The saber and sword collided. Cling! Clang! A metallic sound rang through the battlefield and sparks flew. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect was the only sword cultivation sect among the 10 upper sects of the North region. Their signature sword classic, the Heaven Piercing 13 Swords, was renowned through the cultivation world and its sword stance was peerless. Most of the time, opponents would be interrupted by the Heaven Piercing 13 Swords the moment they started attacking and would wince in unbearable pain. The moment the Heaven Piercing 13 Swords was released, opposing cultivators would not be able to release their skills fully. After multiple slashes, they would be disadvantaged and it would be difficult for them to turn the situation around. However, the burly man was unmoved and had a calm expression. In his hands, his saber seemed like it was sentient and his saber technique was extremely precise. It was not inferior to the Heaven Piercing 13 Swords and he was even gaining a slight advantage. That saber technique. Bai Yuhan frowned deeply. Rather than precise, she saw the burly man's saber techniques as sinister. Every single slash from the saber came at a tricky angle and its trajectory was untraceable. More than that, every single slash was fatal. As Bai Yuhan gazed at the burly man's saber technique, a blurry, terrifying scene seemed to unfold before her eyes. There were plenty of phantoms. There were rivers of blood. There were white bones all around. There were walking corpses. The burly man seemed like he was surrounded by an endless hell with countless malevolent ghosts and skeletons struggling and howling within. With a terrible expression, Bai Yuhan's petite figure started trembling. Bang! She sensed a heavy push on her shoulder and woke up in a jolt. Unknowingly, she had already broken out in cold sweat. That saber technique is extremely terrifying and doesn't seem like it's orthodox. Don't stare at it, it can affect your mind. Mu Dongqing's voice sounded. Bai Yuhan nodded with a sense of trepidation. Seeing that she was already feeling that way despite not being directly involved in the battle, she truly could not imagine how heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon felt at the moment. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The burly man released his grip and the saber left his hand, wrapping around the other party's sword and slicing at the throat of heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon. That slash seemed impossible and came without warning. Alarmed, heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon retreated hurriedly. Sheeing. The front of his shirt was sliced open with blood seeping through. While the wound was not deep, heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon was drenched in cold sweat. He would have been killed by that slash if he hadn't managed to retreat in time. Before he could react, his vision turned blur and the burly man had already brushed by him and arrived at the vermilion fruit. With a swipe, the latter got his hands on that delectable red fruit. He got his hands on it. Bai Yuhan exclaimed, "Where is that man from? He's amazing." Mu Dongqing shook his head. The vermilion fruit had been there since the start of the battle and none of those paragons had the chance to pluck it. However, everyone knew that whoever gets their hands on the vermilion fruit would become the target of all. You mean to say, that man is not far from his death now that he plucked the vermilion fruit? On the battlefield. Simultaneously, all the paragons stopped what they were doing and everyone's gazes landed on the burly man. It's him. Finally, a cultivator from the crowd recognized the burly man and exclaimed frightfully with a trembling voice. "He's the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." The burly man was Su Zimo who had exited the cave. Taba Feng and the others frowned. Most of the golden cores present were at late stage or perfected golden core and had naturally not seen Su Zimo in the elementary ancient battlefield. However, a few of the cultivators in the crowd had once witnessed that unforgettable scene beneath the human emperor's palace from a distance. The appearance of the burly man was etched deep in the memories of those few people. He was a nightmarish existence. Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate? Although the many paragons present were wary, none of them were fearful. All of them were murderous and wanted nothing more than to rip Su Zimo apart. To think that even the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would come for the vermilion fruit. Interesting, Yuan Wujia said with a fake smile. Humph. Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon had an unfriendly expression and hollered, "Since when did the successor of Divine Phoenix Island join the Fiend Sects?" That saber technique earlier on was clearly the Fiend Sect's Azura saber. He was not the only one. Most of the people present recognized Su Zimo's saber technique. Su Zimo's expression was calm. He had expected to be recognized as the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. He placed the vermilion fruit in his storage bag as now was not the time for him to consume it. The vermilion fruit had a tremendous amount of energy and he could only digest and absorb it in seclusion cultivation. Consuming the vermilion fruit in a battlefield as such was akin to committing suicide. Now that he had managed to pluck the vermilion fruit successfully, as long as he could escape and flee from everyone's pursuit, he would be free. "I heard that you're the #1 monster incarnate throughout history. It's time for me to test and see if you live up to that reputation." Taba Feng had a raring battle intent and slammed his golden halberd heavily on the ground. The earth split and revealed a series of cracks while gravel and sand flew everywhere. Taba Feng's aura was torrential. To be fair, most of the cultivators present had heard of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, but there were few that truly feared him. Furthermore, most of them were at late stage or perfected golden core while Su Zimo was only at early stage. Murong Wushuang commented indifferently, "I heard that you once entered the human emperor's palace. I'm sure you must have benefited immensely from it." Those words caused a huge stir in the crowd. Some cultivators who initially planned on not getting involved were now tempted. Who wouldn't be tempted to get the human emperor's palace's inheritance? Hand over the vermilion fruit and the inheritance of the human emperor's palace and we can leave you with a full corpse. 7 kills. Sex Paragon wielded 2 daggers and his eyes blazed with furious killing intent that was almost corporeal. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo reared his head in wild laughter and pointed his saber at the group of paragons blocking his path, nodding. Good, good. How overbearing. You want to kill me even if I hand over the vermilion fruit. Let's see how many of you paragons manage to survive me today. Demon. Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon wielded his truncheons and hollered with a divine might, this is not the ancient battlefield. It's not a place for you to be brazen. What can you do to me if I want to be brazen? Su Zimo sneered and closed in to the Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon with huge strides. Frostily, he remarked with an icy gaze, anyone that stands in my way shall be killed without mercy. His black hair danced wildly and his gaze was electric. With an intimidating aura, that figure that was over 2 meters tall seemed like it was a mighty fiend celestial that could murder immortals who was dashing over. Kill. The paragons roared in unison and attacked simultaneously. Instantly, the void shone with a bright spirit light. 10 paragons flew into the air, bedazzling like 10 blazing suns. Taba Fong, Yuan Wujia and Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon, the 3 cultivators who were the most apt in melee combat, had closed in. A halberd, golden 3-pronged spear and the dragon tiger truncheons flew through the air. Flying swords, daggers, spears and other spirit weapons turned into streaks of light that arrived instantly with a chilling intent as well. In the same cultivation realm, who could defend against the combined attack of those 10 paragons? Chapter 551 Massacre. Chapter 551 Massacre. The spirit weapons and flying swords came from all directions. Those who attacked could be considered as peerless paragons of the North region. Although they had never worked together before, the moment they attacked, Su Zimo's escape paths were fully sealed. There was no room for him to dodge and he could only face everything head-on. The reputation of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate had grown too much after that battle under the human emperor's palace. Even if some portions were exaggerated and the paragons were indignant, they did not dare to be careless. Taba Fong and the other 2 who were well versed in melee combat were slower by a step as they wielded heavy weapons such as the golden halberd, golden 3-pronged spear and dragon tiger truncheons. The countless flying swords and spirit weapons arrived first as they tore through the air. Wielding his saber in one hand, Su Zimo's bloodline surged and the sound of tsunami blood echoed. With a gaze deep as the sea, he sliced viciously towards the void in front of him. That slash struck nothing and did not collide against a single spirit weapon or flying sword. On the surface, it looked like it made no sense. However, after that slash was made, the void in Su Zimo's surroundings seemed like they were drawn in by some mysterious power. Spirit chi swiveled and contorted endlessly, almost turning into a corporeal and massive spirit sea vortex. Sea calming manual, ripple stance. Just as the spirit weapons and flying swords were about to strike Su Zimo, they were drawn in by the vortex's power and their trajectories changed. Phew, phew, phew. The flying swords brushed by him. Although it was extremely close, Su Zimo was not injured at all. Die. Right after Su Zimo attacked, Taba Fong, Yuan Wujia and Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon attacked together as they bellowed fiercely with lit-up eyes. Their attacks were extremely precise. It came while Su Zimo was still recovering from his momentum and during the lapse of his saber technique. If one were to analyze carefully, there would be a lapse between the connection of every single saber stance. That lapse was the greatest flaw of the saber technique. If this was earlier on, Su Zimo might not have been able to handle their attacks and might even be flustered. However, after the Azura, Yang Beichen's teachings and the cultivation of the tidal manual, Su Zimo had already made up for the flaws of the sea calming manual as much as possible. Without any pause after Vortex was released, the tide in his body churned and produced new strength once more. Swoosh! His blade swerved and Su Zimo retaliated with 3 consecutive slashes. Instantly, massive waves seemed to have surged from his blade. The glimmering light of the blade engulfed the 3 of them like a massive wave crashing onto the shore. Sea calming manual, Raging Tides stance. Raging Tides came after Vortex. Everything moved fluid as liquid with an unparalleled might without any delays. Clang, clang, clang. There were 3 loud bangs. Su Zimo was like an ancient god of war and did not budge at all. However, Taba Feng, Yuan Wujia and Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon, who had just rushed forward, were shocked and retreated a step back respectively. The crowd was in an uproar. He's too strong. There's no wonder he's the #1 monster incarnate of history. Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate techniques are truly impressive. Fufu, it's too late to make a conclusion now. While he is strong, these top 10 paragons of the North region are not pushovers either, and they all have trump cards up their sleeves. If they're really pushed to their limits, even the strongest monster incarnate in history will have to die. Taba Feng and the other 2 had grim expressions. Although it was merely a single head-on exchange, all 3 of them experienced the terrifying power of the tide that surged through their weapons into their bodies and almost caused them to suffer internal injury. Indeed, he does have some skills. Taba Feng widened his eyes in rage. Instead of turning fearful, his battle intent intensified. Swash! Su Zimo released his Plow Heaven stride and arrived before the 3 of them in a single step, stomping heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. All 3 of them were astonished. That extremely terrifying stance was created with just a single step of Su Zimo without any additional motions. It seemed like the entire firmament could be trampled by his step. With a domineering aura, Su Zimo was indifferent to the flying swords that came behind his back and took the first attack against the encirclement of the 10 paragons. Swoosh! The sound of a tsunami surged from his saber majestically. A torrential aura crushed down and could sink galaxies and the earth. The pupils of Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon constricted immediately. Without thinking twice, he crossed his fingers and palms like a pair of gigantic scissors before thrusting upward. You're dead. Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon's eyes were filled with madness. If this was a one-on-one fight, he would have already released his golden core phenomenon by now. The power of Su Zimo's attack was way too terrifying, and even if he could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. But right now, the situation was advantageous for him and there was no need to release his phenomenon. Behind Su Zimo, the flying swords and spirit weapons of Wang Yang, Murong Wushuang and everyone else were already shooting over. Taba Feng and Yuan Wujia had already attacked too. If Su Zimo did not stop, he would definitely be dead. The 2 of them were extremely close. The moment he was done with his thought, Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon saw a look of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. It was as though he could not hide his thoughts from this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. All of a sudden, taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo opened his mouth and bellowed. Battle! Boom! That single roar was like a thunderbolt that struck down. Thunderclap kill! A tremendous air current surged forth. Su Zimo practiced both immortality and demonic cultivation. After he formed his cores for both Daos, the power of his thunderclap kill had increased significantly as well and had reached a terrifying state. Murong Wushuang, Wang Yang and everyone else who were standing far away shuddered and the circulation of their spirit energies paused for a brief moment. In turn, the flying swords that they were controlling paused for that split second as well. A figure appeared more than a meter behind Su Zimo. It was Shadowless Sect's paragon. Initially, he wanted to rely on his sect's secret skill and approach Su Zimo before killing the latter. However, he did not expect that when he approached, before he could attack, a deafening roar sounded and forced him out. The eyeballs of Shadowless Sect's paragons bulged out and blood seeped out from his ears, nose, and mouth. Shadowless Sect specialized in stealth. In terms of head-on strength, they were far inferior to the other sects. Furthermore, he was way too close to Su Zimo. That roar almost killed him. Taba Feng, Yuan Wujia and Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon specialized in body tempering and had strong physiques and rich bloodlines. Naturally, their endurances were much stronger than Shadowless Sect's paragon as well. Even so, the 3 of them were facing Su Zimo directly and they were way too close. It was difficult to imagine the impact they receive. The 3 of them shuddered and their minds buzzed loudly, turning blank momentarily. All 3 of them were dazed. In a fight of this level and especially given the treacherous nature of melee combat, A moment of distraction as such, even if it was a brief moment, was enough to decide many things. Boom! The saber collided against the twin truncheons heavily. Normally speaking, Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon would definitely have been able to defend against that slash. However, at that moment of daze, his power became extremely weak. That single slash and its almost completely oppressive nature broke through the Dragon Tiger truncheons and cut down savagely. The blade landed on his head and cleaved it into two directly. Splash! His organs splattered everywhere with a nasty blood stench. Yet another paragon had fallen. Because of Thunderclap Kill, the flying swords and spirit weapons that were initially supposed to pierce Suzumo met with a momentary pause. However, Suzumo's massacre did not stop at all. Chapter 552 Phenomenon Fight. Chapter 552 Phenomenon Fight. After killing Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon with a single slash, Suzumo did not pause at all and swerved his blade. After counter-current came Ripple. The extreme toughness of his saber stance turned into extreme gentleness without any sluggishness. His saber beam shimmered like water. A ripple appeared in the void and looked amazing. However, it was filled with killing intent as it crept towards Yuan Wujia's throat. Poof! Yuan Wujia's ears were ringing due to Suzumo's roar and his mind was blank. Before he could react, his throat was swiped by the saber. A blood mist spewed out. With a horrified expression, Yuan Wujia reached out and clutched his throat hurriedly, but he could not stop the blood flow. Ee! Opening his mouth, he let out a series of strange cries that sounded like wheezes. As he staggered backwards, the color on Yuan Wujia's face drained and the light in his eyes dimmed. His legs buckled and he knelt on the ground, dying on the spot. The blade swerved once more. Ripple extended, wanting to engulf Taba Fong as well. At that moment, Taba Fong snapped to his senses and his eyes widened. Circulating his golden core fanatically, his blood chi burst forth and he slashed fiercely with his golden halberd. Kill! Taba Fong roared as well with a menacing expression. Clang! After killing two people in succession, Suzumo's strength had already diminished. The saber was repelled right away when it collided against the golden halberd. At the same time, Murong Wushuang, Wang Yang and everyone else returned to their senses and flying swords and other spirit weapons blanketed down towards Suzumo. Suzumo's expression did not change at all and his gaze was frightening and unusually calm. Making use of the rebound momentum, Suzumo retreated. At the same time, his tendons and bones rang with a cracking sound, as though beans were being fried. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly burly and mighty body made an impossible contortion. Some of those actions were completely unimaginable and his body was twisted to its limits, looking like it could snap at any moment. However, because of that, Suzumo managed to shuttle through the many flying swords and spirit weapons by a hair's breadth. Some of the flying swords ripped his green robes, but thanks to the defense of the mystic gold silk armor, he did not suffer any injuries at all. Shadowless Sect's Paragon's orifices were bleeding due to Suzumo's thunderclap kill and his mind was in chaos, almost turning into sludge. Finally, he recovered. The moment he stirred awake, he saw Suzumo charging at him and was scared out of his wit. Suzumo slashed in reverse and released Vortex, defending against the attacks of many flying swords. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed at the Shadowless Sect's Paragon's head. Golden Core, Shadowless Twin Darts. Shadowless Sect's Paragon retreated right away and wanted to release his Golden Core phenomenon. Unexpectedly, Suzumo's arm expanded by 3 inches and caught up to him, grabbing his head with 5 fingers. 5 finger holes appeared. The Golden Core phenomenon of Shadowless Sect's Paragon had just taken shape when it dissipated instantly. To think that the encirclement of the top 10 Paragons would lead to 3 of them dying within a couple of rounds, it was extremely tragic. The rest of them who remained were now flustered. Taba Fong yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? Kill him." Murong Wushuang surveyed her surroundings coldly. "Everyone, if you continue watching idly by the sidelines, once we lose, you guys won't be his match even if you join forces later on." At that moment, cultivators of Blood Mist Sect and Mystic Firmament Divine Cult were already at their limits even without Murong Wushuang's reminder after witnessing their paragons killed by Suzumo. Kill. 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 Everyone chanted angrily. Their voices rumbled and almost drowned Su Zimo. Thud. 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 The ancient chariots of the 4 gentry clans moved with a thunderous sound as they shone brightly and charged towards Su Zimo. Apart from cultivators such as Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan who were already intending to stay out of the affair right from the get-go, most of the cultivators in the underground palace were embroiled in the situation. Humph. Su Zimo was fearless and his eyes shone savagely. Looking at the incoming chariots, he strode forward and received them with his bare body without using any spirit art. Boom. The blood and flesh of the divine steeds pulling the chariots splattered everywhere. The chariots were smashed apart by Su Zimo. Wielding his saber, Su Zimo's bloodline surged and he cleaved left and right. No one could withstand his edge. There was no one who could stand in Su Zimo's path at all. Boom. The voids rumbled. A golden halberd with a blinding radiance tore through the heavens and descended in the underground palace with a frightening aura. The power of a phenomenon. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, Tabafong did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. All of a sudden, night fell and stars appeared with a bright moon in the middle. Countless stars fell with a tragic beauty, possessing a shocking killing intent. A city blazing with fiery flames descended in a mighty manner. It was so hot that the surrounding chi had already evaporated and it seemed like it could incinerate all living beings. 7 kills blood letter. 7 kills sect's paragon roared and 7 blood-colored characters for the word kill appeared behind him, hovering in the air with a grisly scarlet shade. One after another, golden core phenomenons descended. There were many ancient phenomenons among them that were once ranked in the phenomenon rankings. Instantly, Su Zimo was surrounded by endless golden core phenomenons. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. Unless they were forced to the edge, golden cores wouldn't use them easily. Part of the reason why the paragons did not release their golden core phenomenons before this was because Su Zimo was only at early stage golden core. However, they did not expect that his combat strength would be this frightening and they were caught by surprise. At the same time, they were worried about other variables. The oriole stalks the mantis as it stalks the grasshopper. They were afraid that they would become the mantis. But now, Tabafong, Wang Yang and the others truly had no other choice but to release their golden core phenomenons. Otherwise, none of them would be able to stop Su Zimo. Su Zimo sneered. He circulated his golden core. Boom. Suddenly, a frightening scene that shocked everyone appeared behind him. The mountains collapsed and the earth split. Volcanoes spewed with dust clouds falling. Scarlet lava flowed on the ground and devoured all living beings, incinerating all life. A gargantuan living being crawled from beneath the ground and soared into the air. It had a snake's head, an anaconda's body, dragon's scales, phoenix's wings, and bloodshot eyes that surveyed the surroundings. The formidable power of this phenomenon was spreading. Crack, crack, crack. Some flying swords and spirit weapons could not withstand it at all and cracked. Their lights dimmed and they fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. When eyed by that massive living being, a cultivator's expression changed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames started igniting within his body and engulfed him rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the person was burned to ashes. When that golden core phenomenon was released, all the cultivators in the palace were stunned. What sort of a monster is this? Bai Yuhan, who was hiding far away, could not help but ask with a pale face. I'm not sure. Mu Dongqing shook his head. He merely felt that the massive living being gave off an ancient aura, akin to a divine being that looked down on the masses. That is, the primordial soaring serpent. Murong Wushuang and the others were shocked. The primordial soaring serpent had been lost for a long time and none of them present had witnessed it personally before. However, the golden core phenomenon before them was exactly the same as what was described. Wang Yang lamented internally with astonishment. The primordial divine turtle appeared a month ago. To think that the primordial soaring serpent would appear today as well. I wonder where that green-robed cultivator is. The two of them will definitely be able to fight with these opposing phenomenons. Chapter 553 Ancient Aristocratic Family. Chapter 553 ancient aristocratic family. The arrival of the primordial soaring serpent shocked the world. Gulp, gulp. The primordial soaring serpent opened its mouth widely and devoured huge mouthfuls of lava. The burning lava soared into the air, forming a red river stream that entered the mouth of the primordial soaring serpent continuously. As the primordial soaring serpent drank the lava, its aura turned even more terrifying. The scales on the serpent became brighter and shone with a blinding shade of scarlet that resembled metal plates that were heated red. Kill. Taba Fong hollered. With a grim expression, Wang Yang said darkly, he is only at early stage golden core realm at the end of the day. If we join forces, he won't be able to deal with us. Everyone, don't hold anything back anymore at this point. Murong Wushuang declared loudly, that person once entered the human empress palace and is the successor of divine Phoenix Island. He definitely has tons of treasures in his possession. We'll only stand a chance after killing him. Thousands of paragons released their golden core phenomenons and rushed over. A single golden core phenomenon may not be able to pose a threat to the primordial soaring serpent. However, the combined release of thousands of golden core phenomenons was enough to destroy any expert of the golden core realm, even if only a rare few of them were ancient phenomenons or had spots on the phenomenon ranking. Bang, bang, bang. There were constant collisions between the phenomenons. Instantly, the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo swayed and even revealed illusions. The surrounding golden core phenomenons continued clashing like a flood that did not know of fatigue. Pest, pest. The primordial soaring serpent in the void was enraged and raised its head, letting out a slithering sound as it inhaled and exhaled. This was only a phenomenon and wasn't material. However, the primordial soaring serpent retained its memories and dignity from the primordial era. It was a god of the flames. Gods were dignified and could not endure the provocations of such puny ants. Swoosh. The primordial soaring serpent fanned the flames with its wings and its eyes spewed fire. Opening its blood-red mouth, it spat out a stream of scorching lava at a group of paragons. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by loud sounds, countless golden core phenomenons shattered and many golden cores were devoured directly by the steaming lava, turning into ashes without corpses. Ah, ah, ah. A series of tragic, shuddering wails sounded. Sensing that something was wrong with the situation, some of the cultivators retreated instantly. However, most of them were sucked in by the lava pool the moment their golden core phenomenons shattered. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank and eventually, they were drowned. The paragons of the 10 upper sects and the 4 gentry clans were the only ones who could defend against the full-powered attack of the primordial soaring serpent. Even so, for something like Wang Yang's raging city blaze, its ancient city walls were already filled with cracks and were on the brink of collapse. In the golden core phenomenon summoned by stellar lunar sect's paragon, most of the night had already faded and countless stars fell. Of 7 kills sect's 7 kills bloodletters, only a single character remained and it was struggling to hang on. Of course, after that burst, the primordial soaring serpent's radiance faded as well. Su Zimo shifted his gaze and sped out of the palace's outer perimeter with the saber in his hands. This was not a place where he should linger. The longer he stayed here, the more danger he would feel in his heart. Go. Su Zimo pointed forward. The primordial soaring serpent behind him soared up with its body covered in flames, lunging towards Wang Yang who was in its path ahead with a murderous aura. Boom. Wang Yang grit his teeth and controlled the ancient city, smashing it heavily against the primordial soaring serpent's head. Opening its mouth widely, the primordial soaring serpent devoured the entire blazing city whole. Wang Yang's expression changed countless times before finally turning pale as a sheet and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A month ago, his golden core phenomenon was suppressed by the primordial divine turtle. A month later, it was destroyed by the primordial soaring serpent. Ranked 89 on the phenomenon ranking, Raging City Blazes was considered as a top-tier golden core phenomenon in the North region. However, Wang Yang received blows consecutively. He endured the pain of his body and shifted his steps, dodging to the side. Although he knew that Su Zimo's primordial soaring serpent could not hold out for much longer, he also knew that he truly had no way of defending against it and could only allow Su Zimo to leave. That's just him struggling at the end of the road. 7 Kills sect's paragon arrived before Suzimo in a flash, and the bloody word character behind him turned more grisly and brighter. The primordial soaring serpent swayed its massive tail and whipped through the air, slamming against the bloody word character like a thick steel whip. Piak. The blood word character was destroyed and turned into a blood mist. As though he was struck by lightning, 7 Kills sect's paragon no longer dared to block and dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed. Suzimo sneered and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Swash. Swinging his arm in reverse, Suzimo tossed out his saber and it turned into a streak of light, stabbing into the 7 Kills sect's paragon's chest. The saber penetrated his body and pierced into a stone pillar in the underground palace. Its blade quivered and blood dripped from it endlessly. 7 Kills sect's paragon was already thoroughly dead. Suzimo had a few other similar sabers of that grade in his storage bag, so he did not care about it at all. Apart from Dugu Jian, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, the other 13 of the paragons from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were already mostly killed by Suzimo. They were either dead or injured. After killing 7 Kills sect's paragon, nobody dared to stand in Suzimo's way. Finally, his vision cleared up. Ha 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 ha. Suzimo reared his head and laughed into the air while speeding out of the palace. It was dead silent all around the palace. The paragons that managed to survive, such as Wang Yang and Murong Wushuang, had grim expressions on their faces. Even the cocky Taba foam was silent. Although his golden core phenomenon was still gathering behind him, it no longer had any fierceness to it and was dark and dull. Just like that, the paragons of the North region gathered and watched helplessly as the vermilion fruit was snatched before their very eyes by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. If word of this were to get out, all the factions of the North region would turn into the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. It's over just like that. Bai Yuhan murmured to herself as she looked at everything squarely. Mu Dongqing sighed gently. Both of them had witnessed everything. The initial fervor when the paragons of the North region gathered with their raring battle intense up till their current dejectedness after being overwhelmed by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island single-handedly. In the end, there was an outcome to the fight for the vermilion fruit. Mu Dongqing mumbled, perhaps the only way for this man to be suppressed is if the paragons of the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries are present. However, I heard that this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island once defeated the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace. Bai Yuhan frowned and replied. Things are different now. Mu Dongqing shook his head. Don't forget that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is only at early stage Golden Core realm right now. Just as Suzimo was about to rush out of the palace's exit, a deafening roar of a demon beast sounded, threatening to devour the entire world. Roar. A humongous ferocious beast barged in. It had the head of a body of a tiger, tail of a snake and extremely sharp teeth with saliva drooling from its mouth. Its fangs shone sinisterly and it was extremely shuddering. Tiger It was one of the fiercest types of ancient remnant beasts with the bloodline of a After cultivation, it can revert to its ancestry and transform into an actual before growing into a ferocious beast. As for WMS, they had the chance of transforming into dragons. What was even more terrifying was that a man was riding on that tiger When they saw the badge on the man's waist, the expressions of Murong Wushuang and the others changed and they exclaimed, the ancient aristocratic family, Duanmu. Chapter 554, Destiny Talisman. Chapter 554, Destiny Talisman. A big pavilion 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins. Naturally, the ripening of the vermilion fruit could not be hidden from the nascent souls. This meant that a trial exclusive to the paragons had officially begun. Outside the pavilion, there were nascent souls from various sects and factions of the nascent soul. Although they maintained their composures, each of them revealed nervousness deep in their eyes. None of those nascent souls communicated much between one another. On the contrary, the perfected lords in the pavilion were much more relaxed comparatively. All of those nascent souls were from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans and had strong confidence towards the paragons of their factions. Even if they could not defeat their enemies, they could definitely escape unscathed. With casual attitudes, those nascent souls sipped their teas and chatted leisurely. Everyone, how about making a guess as to who would become the #1 perfected being of the North region by getting their hands on the vermilion fruit? The perfected lord of the Murong clan fanned himself in a carefree manner and asked leisurely. He was born extremely handsome and carried a gentle aura. Stellar Lunar Sect's perfected lord replied indifferently, "Actually, I'm sure everyone knows who the #1 perfected being of the North region is. Even without this fight for the vermilion fruit, it would definitely be Shi Wuya of Glass Palace." At the mention of Shi Wuya, all the nascent souls present went silent immediately. He was indeed the peerless paragon of the Golden Core realm from Glass Palace. This was someone who had never tasted defeated and dominated the North region for many years. It was said that Shi Wuya had the chance to advance to the nascent soul realm. However, he did not take that step because he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield and meet with the talents of the world. The scariest thing was that he was less than 100 years old. He was way too young. As long as Shi Wuya wanted, he could become a nascent soul at less than 100 years old. Furthermore, all the nascent souls present knew one thing. They knew that once Shi Wuya advanced to the nascent soul realm, there was a high chance he would be able to kill them even if he was at early stage. It was normal for the legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects and 7 fiend sects to kill beyond their levels. The perfected lord of the Taba clan was calm. It's needless to talk about that. At least, there isn't much activity from Glass Palace. I presume that Shi Wuya wouldn't be interested in the vermilion fruit either. Without Shi Wuya, it's hard to determine the eventual victor. As Taba clan's perfected lord and the others were discussing, a commotion broke out from outside the pavilion. There were nascent souls who withdrew talismans from their storage bags, some of which were already shattered into pieces. The arms of those nascent souls were trembling slightly and they were shaking their heads, sighing with dark expressions. Upon seeing that, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans in the pavilion smirked with a hint of mockery in their eyes. In the cultivation world, there was such a thing as the destiny symbol. Upon entering nascent soul realm and cultivating an essence spirit, a cultivator can separate a trace of their spirit consciousness and inject it into a mystic jade to create a unique jade scroll known as the destiny symbol. The destiny symbol was correlated to the cultivator. Even if they were millions of miles apart, if the cultivator was dead and their essence spirit was destroyed, the destiny symbol would sense it and its spirit consciousness would disperse, resulting in the destruction of the destiny symbol. Therefore, in some major sects, they would have chambers to store destiny symbols with cultivators guarding them specifically. The moment a destiny symbol was destroyed, even if the cultivator related to it wasn't around, the sect would know that the person had already perished. A mighty figure from one of the 4 unorthodox groups of Qianhuang mainland, Thousand Crane sect, created a destiny talisman specifically for golden cores based on the concept of the destiny symbols, and it was widespread in the cultivation world. However, destiny talismans had clear range restrictions. The closer they were to their cultivators, the sooner they would receive the transmitted messages and the more accurate it would be. If the destiny talismans were 50 kilometers away from their cultivators, even if the latter died, nothing would happen to the destiny talismans. Right now, the nascent souls outside the pavilion were holding on to the destiny talismans of their golden cores. Those destiny talismans were already shattered. This meant that their disciples or successors have already perished within the ruins. The perfected lord of mystic firmament divine cult raised his chin slightly with a cold, haughty expression. Coveting the vermilion fruit with such mediocre capabilities? How laughable. TSK, TSK, TSK. The perfected lord of dark ghost sect bared his yellow, rotting teeth and cackled sinisterly like the cries of crows. I garner that those lads didn't even manage to get through the otherworldly soldiers. The nascent souls inside the pavilion laughed with relaxed expressions. Raising a cup of tea, the perfected lord of Blood Mist sect drank heartily and remarked indifferently, "Just a bunch of useless things that didn't know what's good for them." The moment he said that, his expression changed and he swiftly swiped across his storage bag, retrieving a destiny talisman. That destiny talisman was already shattered. At Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord narrowed his gaze and looked at it in disbelief. A moment later, he slapped the table and rose with a boundless killing intent surging within him. The teacup on the table flew into the air and exploded. The paragon of Blood Mist Sect that fought for the vermilion fruit was his favorite legacy disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived personally and even crafted a destiny talisman for the paragon. However, he truly hadn't expected his legacy disciple to fall the moment the fight for the vermilion fruit had just begun. Earlier on, he was still mocking the nascent souls outside the pavilion, and yet, in the blink of an eye, his own disciple was already dead. This was truly a ridiculous insult. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was so pissed that his arm was trembling and anger surged within him. Right now, he wanted to charge into the Great Chen ruins to see who murdered his disciple. However, there was no way the other nascent souls would let him do that. The reason why they were seated here was to prevent other nascent souls from interfering. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord grit his teeth and screened the other perfected lords in the pavilion, trying to make out something from their expressions. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord extended his finger and rapped on the table a few times casually. Fellow Daoist, please relax. It's normal to have casualties in fights between cultivators. Don't get worked up. Sit down and have some tea. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was about to explode internally. How would he still have the mood to continue sipping tea? He glared at Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord and snarled coldly, "Your disciple must have murdered my successor, perhaps." Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord sneered. "Once this is over, I guess it's time for me to test out your skills. Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Neither of them was willing to display weakness. Suddenly, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord's expression changed and a destiny talisman appeared in his hands. The destiny talisman was already shattered. Ha 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 ha. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord burst into laughter and mocked. "Your disciple doesn't seem to be doing that well either." Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord was enraged and glared at the destiny talisman with a dark, grim expression. While the other nascent souls in the pavilion appeared calm on the surface, all of them were gloating internally. Dragon Tiger Sect's perfected lord said darkly, "The two of you, do sit down. There's no way of turning back now that things have come to this state. There's no need for you guys to get worked up." "That's right." Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord said, "The fact that two paragons have perished in such quick succession shows the cruelty of this vermilion fruit fight." Before he could finish, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord sensed something and his face froze up as he withdrew a destiny talisman from his storage bag. Although the radiance of the destiny talisman was much dimmer, it was still intact. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord heaved a gentle sigh of relief. This meant that his successor was severely injured. However, at the very least, he was still alive. Chapter 555, Kill with a Smile. Chapter 555, Kill with a Smile. Before long, Dragon Tiger Sect's perfected lord's expression changed slightly and he withdrew a destiny talisman from his storage bag. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the dense cracks on it. Immediately after, the perfected lords of the Yuan clan and Shadowless sect sensed something. By the time the both of them withdrew their destiny talismans, it was already shattered. This time round, it wasn't just the nascent souls outside the pavilion, even those that were inside could barely sit still. Apart from the nascent soul of the Dugu clan, there were 13 perfected lords from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans in the pavilion. But now, through their destiny talismans, it showed that 5 paragons were already dead and 1 was severely injured. Naturally, those 5 perfected lords had terrible expressions and grim gazes, emanating with shuddering killing intents. The other nascent souls had equally morbid expressions. This was an abnormal situation. The 5 paragons that died came from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. How did these disciples and successors that were highly regarded in their respective sects die so easily? Furthermore, the 5 of them died too quickly. How long had it been since the fight for the vermilion fruit began? If the 5 of them released their golden core phenomenons, they would be able to hold out for 15 minutes at least. However, the signs felt as though the 5 paragons were suppressed overwhelmingly without any chance to fight back at all. Before long, a commotion broke out from the crowd outside the pavilion. Many nascent souls withdrew shattered destiny talismans one after another, with shards scattering to the ground. The number of dead golden cores was rapidly rising. Those from the major sects and clans such as Blaze Columbus Valley, Dark Ghost Sect and the Murone clan withdrew their destiny talismans as well. All of those initially radiant destiny talismans shuddered at the same time. This meant that their disciples were experiencing immense impacts at the moment. Within a few dozens of breaths, the destiny talismans of those paragons dimmed significantly. Although Wang Yang of Blaze Columbus Valley's destiny talisman wasn't destroyed, it turned ash dark. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Snap! The destiny talisman in the hands of 7 Kills Sect's perfected lord shattered. Many other perfected lords were shocked. There were already 6 fallen paragons in the pavilion among the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. Outside the pavilion, the shattered destiny talismans were uncountable. What happened in the Great Chen ruins? Rather than a fight between the paragons, this seemed like a major calamity for the paragons of the North region. The perfected lords of the Taba clan, Murone clan, Heaven Motion sect and other sects looked at the dull destiny talismans in their hands with uncertain expressions. It wasn't just the perfected lords of Blood Mist sect and Dragon Tiger sect etc. Even they were finding it difficult to sit by idly. The nascent souls had a weird feeling that something far beyond their control seemed to have happened. Everyone, we should check out the ruins. Suddenly, Blood Mist sect's perfected lord said with a dark expression. The reason why they were gathered here was initially to prevent other nascent souls from interfering so that the younger generation could fight for dominance. But now that their successors were dying one after another, the few of them could not take it anymore. Although Taba Feng's destiny talisman was intact, it had dimmed significantly as well. The perfected lord of the Taba clan hesitated for a moment before nodding. I agree. Let's head over to the Great Chen ruins to check things out. If nothing is amiss, we'll let those disciples continue with their massacre. The other perfected lords exchanged glances and agreed to it in silence. Let's go. Everyone exclaimed and left the place. Suddenly, a formidable spirit consciousness overwhelmed them. 2 figures flew over from the horizon not far away, a man and a woman, bedazzling and graceful as immortals. When they saw the 2 of them, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were surprised, and a hint of cautiousness could be seen from the depths of their eyes. Fellow Taoists, the fight for the vermilion fruit is a showdown between golden cores. Where are you guys going? Although the man's voice was calm, there was a persecuting tone to it. The perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans knew of the origins of this couple and remained silent. When the other nascent souls noticed the expressions of those from the Taba clan and others, they came to a realization and chose to keep quiet as well. However, not everyone noticed it. The nascent souls outside the pavilion came from all over the North region. Some of them were from minor sects while others were itinerant cultivators. Initially, everyone was already pissed off for being trapped here. When they saw that couple with the ancient attire, some perfected lords could not help but sneer. Old fogies, tell us your names. Where did you guys spout from? Foo-foo. The man smiled calmly and replied gently, Duanmu. Duanmu? The nascent soul who spoke was stunned and could not react in time. However, gasps could be heard from the crowd. Nascent souls of the Duanmu aristocratic family have arrived. If the Duanmu aristocratic family is here, the person behind him must be from the other aristocratic family, Ouyang. The nascent soul who spoke earlier on had an ashen expression and trembled in fear. In Tianhuang mainland, there were factions with ancient lineages that kept a low profile and lived in reclusion. Among them, there were some aristocratic families. Although many cultivators have not heard of the names of those aristocratic families before, it was undeniable that each of them had massive foundations and immeasurable strength. Among the ancient aristocratic families, the strongest 3 were the renowned Eastern, Southern Palace and Western Gate aristocratic families of the cultivation world. The 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, These were the strongest factions of Qianhuang mainland, followed by the three aristocratic family. In the north region, there were two ancient aristocratic families, namely the Duanmu and Ouyang families. Although these two ancient aristocratic families could not compare to the three great aristocratic families in terms of strength and reputation, they were definitely superior to the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clan. However, because they were high and above in reclusion for many years, cultivators at the bottom tier could not approach them and there were few people who knew about them. It was the same for Ethereal Peak. Although it was one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, few people in the sect knew about the Duanmu and Ouyang aristocratic families. In fact, they may never come into contact through their entire lives. To think that the two great aristocratic families would make a move for the appearance of the vermilion fruit. Suddenly, Duanmu clan's perfected lord extended his hand and circulated his dharmic powers. Instantly, a massive palm was conjured in midair, squeezing the nascent soul who spoke out of line earlier on. Poof! Before that person could make a single sound, he was smashed into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. Does anyone else have any opinions? Duanmu clan's perfected lord surveyed the surroundings and asked with a smile. It was dead silent outside the pavilion. That was the might of an ancient aristocratic family. They could kill with a smile and render groups of talents silent as cricket. The perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans revealed displeasure on their faces. Although they did not dare to say anything, they were cursing internally. At the same time, their doubts were finally unraveled. It was no wonder why so many paragons died the moment the fight for the vermilion fruit started. Even the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were dead or injured. It was because the two ancient aristocratic families of the north region had arrived. It was clear how terrifying the successors of the two ancient aristocratic families were judging from their perfected lords alone. After residing in reclusion for many years, now that the two ancient aristocratic families have arrived, they were definitely bent on getting their hands on the vermilion fruit. Chapter 556 Descent of the Divine Turtle. Chapter 556 Descent of the Divine Turtle. Entrance of the underground cave. A young man rode on a massive and menacing tiger blocking Su Zimo's path forward. The man was extremely handsome and although he exuded a dignified appearance, it was extremely ancient. He seemed like someone from the past rather than this generation. Maintaining his soaring serpent phenomenon, Su Zimo continued speeding forward and could vaguely hear exclamations coming from the crowd behind him. Ancient aristocratic family, Duanmu? Su Zimo knew nothing about ancient aristocratic families. However, judging from the reactions of the successors of the North region's upper sects and gentry clans, he could tell that the ancient aristocratic families had strong background. Su Zimo was expressionless. No matter who it was, he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. Humph! When the handsome man saw that Su Zimo ignored him and was still charging for the exit, he could not help but sneered in displeasure. You're still thinking of escaping now that I, Duanmu Kang, have arrived? With that said, the handsome man known as Duanmu Kang patted the demon beast he was riding on. Roar! The tiger understood his intentions and released a deafening roar, whipping its tail viciously towards Su Zimo. Bang! The scales on the tiger WM's tail were extremely tough. After it was attacked by thousands of golden core phenomenons, Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was already nearing its limit. Now that it received such an intense attack, the soaring serpent swayed and its radiance dimmed. It was on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Su Zimo halted in his tracks. Right then, the touching cry of a phoenix sounded from another side of the palace's entrance. In the blink of an eye, a green-colored Luan bird flew in with a mysterious glimmer on its body. It was captivating and emanated a terrifying aura that was even superior to the tiger the green Luan. The tiger had to cultivate before it could turn into a ferocious beast. However, the green Luan was a pure-blooded ferocious beast to begin with. A pitilessly beautiful woman sat on the green Luan. She was incomparably dignified and had an ice-cold expression that was haughty. She was in disregard of all the paragons present. The pure-blooded ferocious beast alone already had the many paragons present feeling troubled. let alone the woman riding on it. That should be another ancient aristocratic family, the Ouyang family. Those two are the only ancient aristocratic families in the North region. It's said that the Duanmu and Ouyang families have a close relationship. There should be no mistake. When he heard the discussions behind him, Su Zimo roughly knew what was going on. Duanmu Kang turned slightly with a smile. Xiaoyu, why are you here personally? I've told you that I'll definitely obtain the vermilion fruit and take it back for you. There's no need. Ouyang Xiaoyu replied calmly, totally unappreciative. Duanmu Kang continued, Xiaoyu, as long as it's anything you fancy, even if they are the stars up in the heavens, I'll try my best to pluck them for you, let alone a single vermilion fruit. Ouyang Xiaoyu knitted her brows tightly. She knew Duanmu Kang way too well. He had repeated those words to at least 100 other female cultivators. Young master, that seems to be the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. At that moment, a cultivator following behind Duanmu Kang advanced and reported with a grim expression. Monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island? What monster incarnate? Duanmu Kang was stunned for a moment. The one who suppressed the experts of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace. That's him. Duanmu Kang was momentarily frozen before breaking out into a smile while nodding. It's no wonder. A hint of surprise flickered through Ouyang Xiaoyu's eyes when she heard the term monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island as well. Thereafter, she turned and looked at Su Zimo fixedly with a curious expression. Sweeping his gaze across the battlefield, Duanmu Kang eventually looked at Su Zimo and chuckled. The primordial soaring serpent has been lost for a long time, and I was wondering who it was who could cultivate a primordial of this level. So, you do have some background to you. Cut the crap, make way. Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it exuded coldness. Even against the successors of two ancient aristocratic families, none of the paragons could notice any emotional fluctuation from Su Zimo. He was trying his best to recover his blood chi and spirit energy. Me? Make way? Duanmu Kang was stunned for a moment before rearing his head in laughter, as though he heard the greatest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. You're wild enough. As he laughed, his expression gradually turned grim as he remarked coldly, the primordial soaring serpent has been lost for a long time and nobody knows how strong it can get right now. However, my golden core primordial was ranked 34th in the previous phenomenon ranking. The paragons present were startled. There were only 108 positions available on the phenomenon ranking. The further front one was, the stronger their phenomenon. All the golden core phenomenons that could get into the top 36 spots were terrifying phenomenons with ancient lineages. Duanmu Kang continued frostily, don't forget, you're only at early stage golden core. How long can you hold out with the spirit energy in your dantian? Let me see how many strikes your lousy phenomenon can take from me. Golden core phenomenon, flora myriad weapons. When Duanmu Kang circulated his golden core, all the wild grass surrounding the palace seemed to have gained sentience and transformed into a myriad of weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The myriad of weapons attacked with a mighty force. In reality, Duanmu Kang's golden core phenomenon would have even more terrifying might if it was released in a place with lush greenery. Tens of thousands of weapons appeared and blanketed the skies endlessly. The Great Qian Ruins was barren and desolate outside. However, thanks to the medicinal field in the palace, there were some weeds born. While those weeds were not strong, they still formed hundreds of weapons that tore through the skies. Su Zimo gripped his fist gently. If he was in peak condition, even at early stage golden core, he was highly confident that he could take down the other party's flora myriad weapons with his primordial soaring serpent. However, he had expended too much. The primordial soaring serpent was now at its limits after receiving the impact of countless phenomenons and would definitely not be able to withstand the clash of flora myriad weapons. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. Snap! There was a deafening sound. The firmament above Su Zimo's head cracked as meteors and rampant currents rained down endlessly in an apocalyptic scene. What is that? All the paragons were lost. How could another phenomenon appear when the primordial soaring serpent behind Su Zimo had yet to dissipate? Could it be? It can't be. After all, Duanmu Kang was the successor of an ancient aristocratic family and sensed it immediately as he murmured in disbelief, "Double phenomenon?" Boom. Hundreds of weapons collided against the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo's phenomenon swayed, but the hundreds of weapons were repelled in the opposite direction. Sensing that something was amiss, Duanmu Kang remarked hurriedly, "Xiaoyu, let's join forces." Before Duanmu Kang spoke, Ouyang Xiaoyu already noticed something and circulated her golden core, exclaiming softly, "Golden core phenomenon, Hurricane Frost Saber Sword." A cold aura emanated. Suddenly, the temperature in the underground palace dipped. Wild gusts of wind howled furiously akin to sabers and swords. In fact, frost started appearing on the rampant currents behind Su Zimo. The initially rampant void currents were starting to freeze up. The paragons of Heaven Motion Sect and Dark Ghost Sect etc. seized the opportunity to charge forward in an attempt to slaughter Su Zimo completely with their remaining golden core phenomenon. Boom. 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 There was a deafening bang. A gargantuan creature suddenly descended on the vast lands, carrying the broken firmament with its shell. Like heavenly piercing pillars, it stomped down with all limbs and shattered the frost on the surface of the rampant currents. The divine turtle had arrived and reared its head, roaring into the skies. Instantly, it was filled with a torrential rage. Chapter 557, Too Naive. Chapter 557, Too Naive. Poof. 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 Some of the golden cores who rushed up wanting to seize advantage of the situation were locked by the terrifying power of the phenomenon the moment they closed in. Instantly, their bodies were ripped apart and they died on the spot. Nearby, figures exploded one after another, turning into blood mists like tragic fireworks in a grisly scene. Far away, figures fell from midair one after another with lifeless gazes like raindrops. Their life forces were extinguished as they descended from the skies into their deaths. It was an extremely shocking sight. Mu Dongqing, Bai Yuhan, and all the other cultivators that chose to stay out of the affair were all stunned. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as fear filled their eyes. None of them had the capacity to wonder why two phenomenons would appear behind Su Zimo. They were stunned right away by the terrifying might released by the two phenomenons. It was way too scary. Although they were golden cores similarly, the power released by that person was so strong that it was unstoppable. Standing in midair, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island had a divine turtle appear behind him with a domineering aura. His gaze was electric, like an incomparable divine being blazing with flames all over his body. Against him, all the paragons of the North region seemed insignificant. They were like moths lunging towards the divine being only to be turned into ashes in midair. Initially, the paragon of Heaven Motion Sect had a remnant golden core phenomenon around him. However, when the divine turtle descended and roared into the skies, his phenomenon shattered with a bang. The next moment, a formidable power of phenomenon surged into his body and destroyed his life force. Heaven Motion Sect's paragon spat out a huge mouthful of blood that was black in color. His organs were punctured by the power of phenomenon and had turned into sludge. Life force drained from within him rapidly in an irreversible manner as his gaze dimmed. Another paragon had fallen. The golden core phenomenon of Dark Ghost Sect's paragon was still existent with otherworldly soldiers charging from the back. They had bloodshot eyes and their long spears shimmered coldly, as though they could destroy everything before them. However, after the divine turtle descended, all the troops went silent. Lightning flashed and thunder crackled in the skies above as thunderbolts struck the divine turtle's shell one after another, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, it could not penetrate the shell of the divine turtle and instead made it seem even more godly. On the other hand, those godly thunderbolts were destructive when they descended on the paragon of Dark Ghost Sect. The power of thunder was the most righteous and suppressive towards evil and ghost. Malevolent ghosts would turn into ash when they were struck by the thunderbolts no matter how fierce they were. Snap! Lightning flashed. Dark Ghost Sect's paragon cried tragically and fell from midair billowing with black smoke. He was clearly dead after being struck by the thunderbolt. There were initially dazzling stars remaining above the head of Stellar Lunar Sect's paragon with cold, murderous starlight. The divine turtle roared. Countless stars crashed. The paragon of stellar lunar sect was dead. In the blink of an eye, only Tabafong, Blaze Columbus Valley's Wangyang, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon, Murong Wushuang and Dugu Jian, who had not made his move since the beginning, were left alive out of the paragons from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. There were even more talents that had perished in the palace. The deaths and injuries were tragic. This fight between the paragons was much more devastating than what everyone had initially imagined it to be. It's a primordial divine turtle. Heavens! Another primordial phenomenon shows itself. Double phenomenon with both the turtle and serpent. How did this guy manage it? Furthermore, both golden core phenomenons are so mighty and terrifying. The raging city blaze behind Blaze Columbus Valley's Wangyang had already shattered by now. Thankfully, he noticed something amiss with the situation and backed off a step earlier. When he saw the firmaments crack, lightning flash, raging currents surge and meteors raining, he realized something. That same scene had tormented him repeatedly in his nightmares for the past month. Most cultivators were not as fortunate as him. The primordial divine turtle had been lost for a long time, and many paragons of the golden core realm could not recognize it before the divine turtle appeared. They were not the only ones. Even nascent souls from all over the place might not be able to recognize the origin of that phenomenon. Everyone swarmed up, wanting to encircle and kill Suzimo while seizing the opportunity to steal his treasures. Unfortunately, the descent of the divine turtle along with the primordial soaring serpent, the might of a double phenomenon, was not something that they could defend against. In the face of the double phenomenon, Duanmu Kang and Ouyang Xiaoyu, the 2 successors of the ancient aristocratic families, were the only ones who could hold out. Double phenomenon. You're truly a monster incarnate. Duanmu Kang's handsome face had clearly turned somewhat menacing by now as he snarled, "It's a pity that you'll have to be buried in this ruins today." It was true that the double phenomenon was strong. However, Suzimo could not support it for long as the double phenomenon took an extreme toll on his spirit energy. At that moment, Suzimo's disadvantage in cultivation realm was finally showing itself. Throughout the entire fight, he had not been disadvantaged in combat and had instead suppressed everything domineeringly. However, his spirit energy capacity could not compare against those at late stage or perfected golden core realm. Furthermore, spirit energy was drained at a terrifying speed in order to support 2 primordial phenomenons. Right now, the spirit energy in Suzimo's Dantian was almost depleted. Even his golden core was releasing a series of throbbing pains and was circulating slower. As the successor of an ancient aristocratic family, Duanmu Kang was sharp and could clearly look through Suzimo's facade. Channeling his golden core furiously, his power of phenomenon surged towards the latter. Countless weapons created by grass and wood hovered in front of Suzimo, trembling slightly. On the other side, the Hurricane Frost Saber Sword released by Ouyang Xiaoyu struck the turtle serpent phenomenons repeatedly. To begin with, the primordial soaring serpent was at its limits and could not hold on for much longer. Now that it was met with such impact, it swayed and was on the verge of falling. A series of cracks appeared on the soaring serpent, threatening to dissipate it at any moment. As for the primordial divine turtle, although it was still a godly presence, the radiance on its body was gradually dimming due to the depletion of Suzimo's spirit energy. He can't hold on for much longer. Far away, Mu Dongqing noticed how the situation was changing and remarked darkly, "The moment that person's golden core phenomenons disperse, he would be penetrated instantly by the countless weapons and Hurricane Frost Saber Saw." Bai Yuhan nodded with a conflicted expression. Rather than the 2 successors of the ancient aristocratic families, it could be said that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was defeated by the joined forces of all the paragons in the North region. That's right, if those paragons hadn't worn him down, these 2 successors of the ancient aristocratic families wouldn't be able to take him down. Pausing for a moment, Mu Dongqing sighed and lamented, "It's a pity. If that man manages to cultivate to late stage or perfected golden core, all the paragons of the North region wouldn't be able to take him down even if they worked together. That's why tall trees are often the first to be knocked down by the wind." A cultivator at the side sneered, "That person is way too flashy and overbearing." It's only normal that he would end up in such a state. Suddenly, a mysterious change happened on the battlefield. Paragon? Monster incarnate? I don't care, die. Duanmu Kang hollered and circulated his golden core to its limits. Countless weapons tore through the phenomenons and were getting closer to Su Zimo's physical body. Fu. In midair, Su Zimo suddenly laughed. The two of you really think that you can kill me with your skills? Su Zimo's eyes shone fiercely as he remarked, the both of you are way too naive. Chapter 558 Incompatibility Battle of Gods. Chapter 558 Incompatibility Battle of Gods. The resurgence of two primordial phenomenons with the turtle and serpent together was an extremely rare sight. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was at early stage golden core and his spirit energy had already depleted after fighting the paragons of the North region continuously and upholding two strong phenomenons. Even so, he wasn't fearful at all. Under countless gazes, those two primordial divine beings that had already dimmed down in midair suddenly clashed against one another furiously, as though they were drawn in by some power. Boom! A shuddering shockwave rippled forth. Everything went silent. It wasn't a true silence. Rather, the deafening sound engulfed everything, as though an apocalypse was arriving. The countless weapons and Hurricane Frost Saber Sword that were about to reach Su Zimo were crushed into dust. Duanmu Kang and Ouyang Xiaoyu were shocked and shuddered as if they were struck by lightning. Each of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from midair. Both their golden core phenomenons were destroyed entirely. The divine turtle was a godly being of the water. The soaring serpent was a godly being of the flames. Water and fire were irreconcilable. The collision of the two phenomenons was a massive battle between the two godly beings and was equivalent to a terrifying amount of killing power released instantly. That was no longer merely the power of phenomenon. More than that, it contained the essence of a conflict in their natures. Su Zimo's process of core formation was not smooth and he had endured endless hardship due to the repeated clashes between the powers of fire and water within his dantian. Time and again, his flesh was torn apart and healed up. He even nearly died from an implosion. In the end, the two different powers of fire and water came to a temporary reconciliation and the turtle and serpent coexisted. However, he could clearly feel that a terrifying might would definitely be released once the two powers clashed again. At that moment, a realization struck him and with that stroke of inspiration, the clash of the turtle and serpent today was created. This single clash caused the two primordial phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent to dissipate. However, Duanmu Kang and Ouyang Xiaoyu suffered worse. The two great phenomenons, Flora Myriad Weapons and Hurricane Frost Saber Sword, dispersed right away and the two of them received an immense impact. Their spirit energies in their dantian went into chaos and they almost lost their combat strength entirely. Heh! Su Zimo smirked and strode forward, hollering, "Die! Ta! Ta! Ta!" Although he had only taken a few steps, Su Zimo had already caught up to Duanmu Kang who was retreating. Reaching out, the flesh on his gigantic palm expanded and green veins popped as he crushed down savagely. Go! Duanmu Kang had a panicked expression and tried his best to compose himself, summoning a flying sword right away. The sword shone brightly like a WM and surged into the air, piercing the incoming palm. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo's expression did not change and he did not avoid or dodge either. Suddenly, 5 fingernails extended from his palm, shimmering coldly like daggers as they grabbed Duanmu Kang's flying sword. Even a WM wouldn't be able to break free from Su Zimo's palm. Suddenly, Su Zimo's palm went limp and coiled, trembled around the sword like a flexible cow's tongue. Snap! With his palm, he broke the flying sword into shards that scattered onto the ground. Is that all there is to the successor of an ancient aristocratic family? Su Zimo sneered and strode forward, arriving before Duanmu Kang instantly. Duanmu Kang's expression was pale but he did not give up. Disregarding the throbbing pain in his dantian, he channeled his spirit energy fanatically while shrieking, "I'll let you have a taste of the Duanmu aristocratic family's secret skill. Flora entanglement." Duanmu Kang pointed forward. Spirit energy surged out from his fingertips and suddenly, plants that were thin and long with sharp edges coiled around Suzimo like flexible long swords. Although they were plants, their edges were not weaker than weapons. Even ancient remnant beasts would be doomed if they were entangled. If any ordinary demon beast were to be restrained by them, they would be turned into minced meat right away. The plants grew wildly and wrapped Suzimo instantly. Roar. At the same time, the tiger roared and lunged towards Suzimo with its menacing claws and fangs. Die. Duanmu Kang's face was contorted as he controlled his plants maniacally, trying to bind Suzimo. However, to his shock, he realized that the plants did not wound Suzimo at all. There wasn't even a single scar. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons wouldn't be able to tear through Suzimo's flesh, let alone plants that were conjured by spirit arts. How dare you embarrass yourself with such a trash secret skill? Channeling his bloodline, Suzimo's body echoed with the sound of tsunami and his flesh expanded, his figure expanded fully. Pang! 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 With a series of bangs, the plants snapped and Suzimo broke free. At the same time, the tiger arrived with its mouth wide open, threatening to devour his head with a nauseating stench. Suzimo's gaze turned cold and he reached out with both hands, grabbing the upper and lower jaws of the tiger Both sides exerted power. Sheeing. After a short struggle and a tragic sound, blood filled the air. Suzimo ripped the tiger into two from its jaws and it splattered onto the ground disgustingly with its fresh blood and organs. The crowd was shocked. How strong did one have to be to rip a tiger into two? Duanmu Kang was completely frightened by now. Suzimo walked over with huge strides, drenched in blood like a fiend celestial who had escaped from hell. In the blink of an eye, he arrived with a murderous aura. Duanmu Kang was scared out of his wits and crushed a protection talisman without thinking twice. A light barrier formed around him and he turned to flee. At this moment, he was like a beaten dog without any bit of dignity at all, looking absolutely wretched. Boom! Suzimo caught up to Duanmu Kang and smashed down on the latter's head fiercely with his fist that had transformed into a massive seal. The light barrier from the protection talisman shimmered and it dimmed considerably. Boom! Yet another punch descended. The light barrier swayed and defended against that punch once more. However, against that tremendous impact, Duanmu Kang lost his balance and staggered, almost falling head first to the ground. Suzimo caught up swiftly and raised his fist, raining down punches like raindrops onto Duanmu Kang. Bang! 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 There were a series of collisions. The light barrier shook violently and finally, gave off a crisp sound. Snap! A crack appeared on the light barrier. The light of the talisman dimmed entirely. Shattered. His lifesaver, the protection talisman given to him by his sect that could defend against the power of most golden cores, was shattered. Duanmu Kang's face was ashen. Boom! Yet another punch descended. Duanmu Kang's body split into pieces and he died on the spot. Taba Feng and the others felt their blood run cold. It was too ruthless. The paragon of an ancient aristocratic family was overwhelmed and brutally beaten to death by a flurry of punches. On the other side, noticing that something was amiss with the situation, Ouyang Xiaoyu had already fled far away riding on her green Luan. Suzimo's gaze shifted. Just as he was about to give chase, he caught sight of someone else. A handsome man wearing faint gold robes floated in. His face was clear as jade and sparkled while his gaze was deep, resembling glass. Chapter 559, Shi Wuya. Chapter 559, Shi Wuya. 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins, in the pavilion. The perfected lords of the Duanmu and Ouyang clans sat inside with relaxed expressions, sipping tea leisurely. Although the nascent souls outside the pavilion looked indignant, they did not dare to leave without permission. In this short period of time, there had already been more than 10 nascent souls who wanted to challenge the Duanmu and Ouyang ancient aristocratic families but were killed helplessly. The number of shattered destiny talismans was still increasing rapidly. Gradually, fear, doubt, shock and frustration spread through the crowd. They were not the only ones. Even the nascent souls of Heaven Motion sect, Stellar Lunar Sect and Dark Ghost Sect from the 10 upper sects could only watch helplessly as the destiny talismans in their hands shattered. The three of them looked extremely furious. Too many paragons had fallen by this point of the vermilion fruit fight. Even among the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans, there were few paragons remaining. The remaining few destiny talismans were also dark at this moment, proving that even those paragons who managed to survive were not doing well. Finally, the perfected lord of the Yuan clan could not hold it in any longer and snarled, "Duanmu clan has truly produced a wonderful successor. Isn't the successor of the Duanmu clan being too ruthless just to fight for a single vermilion fruit?" The expression of Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was terrible. Fu. The perfected lord of Duanmu clan chuckled and shook his head. This is a fight between the paragons to begin with and is extremely fair for everyone. Why are you holding the Duanmu clan accountable for the death of your disciples? The many nascent souls were silent. No matter what, it was indeed a fair fight between the paragons. If their disciples had the chance to kill Duanmu clan's paragon with ease, no mercy would be shown either. The perfected lord of Duanmu clan said coldly, "Don't try to fight for the vermilion fruit if you don't have the capabilities. If you dare to come for the challenge and die because of it, there's no one else to blame. You." Although the words of Duanmu clan's perfected lord were nasty, everyone was rendered speechless. All of a sudden, sensing something, Duanmu clan's perfected lord frowned and slapped his storage bag, retrieving a destiny talisman. The initial radiance of the destiny talisman was rapidly dimming. Duanmu clan's perfected lord was stunned. At the same time, Ouyang clan's perfected lord withdrew a destiny talisman as well. Its radiance was also diminishing rapidly. Something was wrong with the situation. The Duanmu and Ouyang ancient aristocratic families had a close relationship. Although Duanmu Kang and Ouyang Xiaoyu could not be considered as childhood sweethearts, they would definitely not fight one another given their relationship. In other words, a strong foe had managed to threaten the both of them. Although the nascent souls outside the pavilion were silent, all of them were gloating in secret. They seemed to be in trouble. The perfected lord of the Ouyang clan had a grim expression. Duanmu clan's perfected lord frowned deeply. Naturally, he could sense that there was an issue through the feedback of the destiny talisman. However, what he could not understand was who could threaten Duanmu Kang in the Great Qian ruins given the latter's strength. Furthermore, Duanmu Kang was accompanied by Ouyang Xiaoyu and 2 powerful demon beasts as mount. Shiying. Right then, a noise sounded from the destiny talisman in the Duanmu clan's perfected lord's hands. Although it was not loud, it felt like thunder booming in his ears. Instinctively, he looked down. A series of cracks appeared on the destiny talisman that represented Duanmu Kang. This meant that Duanmu Kang was already dead. The perfected lord of the Duanmu clan froze up. He did not even realize when the broken destiny talisman fell through his fingers. Although most of the nascent souls outside the pavilion were gloating at his misfortune, they had conflicted expressions. They were also curious as to what was happening in the depths of the ruins. Who was it that had the capabilities and guts to murder the paragon of an ancient aristocratic family? After a moment of hesitation, Duanmu clan's perfected lord slapped the table and stood up, remarking darkly, "Something strange is happening in the ruins. I must head there and check things out. While there might be paragons in the north region who can defeat my Kanga, I don't believe that any of them can kill him." Hee. A nascent soul from the crowd could not hold it in and snickered. Who was the one who said earlier on that no nascent souls are allowed to interfere and enter the Great Qian ruins to ensure that this was a fair fight? That's right. Reneging on your own words right away. How shameless can you get? You guys have a death wish. Triggered, Duanmu clan's perfected lord was enraged and his glabella shone, sending forth his spirit consciousness. Vines started growing endlessly beneath the feet of the 2 nascent souls who spoke and wrapped around them. Almost instantly, the 2 of them were cut mercilessly by the vines with fresh blood dripping. Ah. Both of them let out miserable wails. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the vines. Instead, the vines wrapped around them even tighter instead. The vines were already digging into their flesh. Poof! Their bodies could not take it and were sliced into meat lumps by the vines, falling onto the ground with a nauseating stench. Anyone else disagreeable? Duanmu clan's perfected lord surveyed his surroundings with a murderous aura and asked frostily. Foo-foo. Suddenly, a mocking chuckle sounded in the air. An old man with a sloven face and scrawny body had appeared unknowingly. With an ancient stare that seemed to be able to peer through everything, he remarked nonchalantly, "How imposing you are." The perfected lord of the Duanmu clan froze for a moment. Immediately after, his stare shifted onto the old man's waist. When he caught sight of the sect badge, Duanmu clan's perfected lord shuddered with a look of disbelief in his eyes, exclaiming, "Glass Palace." Those two words seemed to be magical. Instantly, silence ensued outside the pavilion. Almost all cultivators who could cultivate to become nascent souls have heard of the 9 immortal sects before. The nascent souls of the North region who knew about the 9 immortal sects would definitely know about Glass Palace. That was a true super sect of the North region and was a titan. "Fellow Daoist, may I ask who you are from Glass Palace?" The perfected lord of Duanmu clan asked with difficulty, vaguely sensing something. "I don't have a title. I'm merely an old servant of the young master." The Glass Palace old man's tone was still calm. "Why young master, has he arrived?" The perfected lord of Duanmu clan murmured softly with a bitter tone. He finally understood how Duanmu Kang died. If that man from Glass Palace arrived in the Great Chen ruins, even 10 Duanmu Kangs won't be a match for him. That was the #1 perfected being of the North region 30 years ago. That man could have entered nascent soul realm 10 years earlier. However, the reason why he did not take the step forward was because he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield 20 years later. Shi Wuya of Glass Palace. He reigned supreme across the Golden Core realm in the North region 30 years ago. When the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans heard the name Shi Wuya, all of them went silent. The perfected lord of Ouyang clan murmured softly, "If we knew that Shi Wuya would come, why would we bother sending our disciples to fight for the vermilion fruit? That's just seeking trouble for ourselves." Chapter 560, Spa. Chapter 560, Spa. The handsome man in faint gold robes strode over unhurriedly. His eyes resembled stars and he possessed an indescribable confidence. Ouyang Xiaoyu rode on her green luan and was speeding with all her might to escape from the Great Chen ruins. When she caught sight of that person, she was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she shuddered and her eyes shone with disbelief. "Fellow Daoist Ouyang, how have you been?" The handsome man smiled gently without retreating or evading. When he saw the green luan speeding over, he welcomed it instead. Under countless watchful stares, the handsome man extended his jade-white palm and raised it, pressing down gently on the void before him. The green luan was moving at such a fast speed that it looked like a streak of light. However, it came to a stop immediately. Su Zimo could clearly notice the green luan shivering slightly. That pure-blooded ferocious beast was in fear. Demon beasts had extremely sharp senses towards danger. The reason why the green luan reacted as such was because it sensed an immense threat coming from the handsome man. Against the handsome man, the green luan lowered its head motionlessly, as though it did not dare to look the handsome man in the eyes. All the cultivators were shocked when they saw that. Who was that man who was able to subdue a pure-blooded ferocious beast merely by extending his palm without the use of any weapons? Some cultivators shifted their gazes towards the sect badge on the handsome man's waist. Those who recognized the background of the handsome man could not help but shudder in fear. Taba Feng had a thoughtful expression. Even with his arrogant and overbearing personality, he shook his head at the moment and sighed gently. To think that even he would make a move for the vermilion fruit. The #1 perfected being of the North region 30 years ago, Shi Wuya, Murong Wushuang narrowed her gaze and uttered word by word. Enduring her internal injuries, Ouyang Xiaoyu stood up and greeted with cupped fists. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Shi. Anyone from the North region who would try and kill fellow Daoist Ouyang is truly someone who doesn't know how to cherish women," Shi Wuya said with a smile. Ouyang Xiaoyu turned around and glared at Su Zimo spitefully. It was only until that moment that Shi Wuya's gaze shifted to Su Zimo. Suzimo was expressionless and his gaze was deep, staring at Shi Wuya, who was not far away peacefully without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Smiling, Shi Wuya walked over slowly. At that moment, everyone noticed that there was a strange cultivator who was following Shi Wuya indifferently. That person was only at early stage golden core and wore luxurious robes with a mask. Any part of his skin that was exposed was covered, revealing only his eyes. For some reason, when Suzimo swept his gaze across the masked cultivator, he had a strange, indescribable feeling. In the blink of an eye, Shi Wuya had already closed in. Suzimo felt his hairs stand on end. He finally understood how the green one felt. Shi Wuya gave off a terrifying aura that was absolutely chilling. Scanning his surroundings, Shi Wuya asked nonchalantly, "Who plucked the vermilion fruit?" Nobody answered him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, everyone fixed their gaze on Suzimo. "It's me." Suzimo naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to hide the affair, nor did he want to, so he admitted to it readily. "All right." Shi Wuya nodded. "Hand over the vermilion fruit and commit suicide now. At least, that will ensure you die with a full corpse." "Foo-foo, ha ha ha." Suzimo first chuckled before breaking out into a roaring laughter. Taba Feng suddenly remarked, "Be careful, fellow Daoist Shi, this is the outrageous monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island who has gotten so much fame lately. Back at the Human Emperor's palace, he defeated all the paragons there. Most of the paragons who died today died in his hands as well. The monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." At the mention of that title, Shi Wuya laughed. A look of pity and mockery could be seen in his eyes. "What a pity." Shi Wuya looked at Suzimo and sighed gently. "You're about to die today. By the likes of you. By the likes of me." Both of them exchanged gazes with raring battle intent, neither of them backed off. Hushed discussions broke out in the crowd as well. What a pity for the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. There's no way he could be a match for Shi Wuya now that his spirit energy is expended. That's right. Perhaps there might be a fight if he was in his peak condition. But now? Nonsense, even if he is in his peak condition, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is definitely not a match for Shi Wuya. Before the discussions disappeared, the fight broke out. Shi Wuya did not move at all, but two divine beams of light burst forth from his shining eyes. Everywhere they passed, the void would tremble. Some of the cultivators who were hiding far away and caught unaware yelped and covered their eyes. They were nearly blinded just by watching the fight. Standing opposite Shi Wuya, Suzimo did not move at all and a demonic glint shone in his eyes. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Suzimo's eye power was frightening. Shi Wuya's visual secret skill could not injure Suzimo or affect his mental state at all. Interesting. Stepping on the ground with 1 foot, Shi Wuya leaped into the air and hurled out a punch towards Suzimo, who was in midair. His gripped fist looked like a glass with rainbow colors and shone in a bedazzling manner. Rather than a punch, it was more like a blazing sun. Suzimo strode forward fearlessly as well and extended his arm, which was filled with green veins. Gripping his fist like a seal, he clashed against the incoming punch. Boom! There was a deafening bang and the ground shook while the mountains quaked. Endless resplendent light exploded and shone down from midair like fireworks. In the fireworks, 2 figures that were fighting with one another attracted everyone's gazes. Both of them were body-tempered cultivators and were fighting in melee combat with their incomparably strong bodies. With every clash, the underground palace would quake once. The power produced by the both of them was way too great. Even just by clashing their bodies and bloodlines, it was enough to send fear in the many cultivators who were watching. That monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is so frightening. That's right. Even after killing countless people in a clash against all the paragons of the North region while killing most of the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans, he still has the strength remaining to fight against Shi Wuya. Shi Wuya hasn't used his trump card yet, nor has he released his full strength. The moment he does that, this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is dead for sure. In reality, the toll on Suzimo was great indeed. The spirit energy in his dantian had already dried up after fighting all the paragons and releasing two great phenomenons. Even without his spirit energy, Su Zimo was still extremely frightening. The burst of his body alone was something that most golden cores wouldn't be able to withstand. At that moment, Su Zimo was fighting fiercer and fiercer. Up till this point of his cultivation, it was rare for him to encounter a cultivator who could compare with him in terms of body tempering. However, at that moment, Shi Wuya had conflicted feelings in his heart. Glass Palace was the sect that was best versed in body tempering in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At its ultimate level, Glass Palace's secret skill could even kill ancient remnant beasts and subdue pure-blooded ferocious beast. Up till this point of his cultivation, Shi Wuya had never encountered anyone who could match him in melee combat. But now, he was extremely troubled after meeting Su Zimo. Tsunami Blood. This successor of Divine Phoenix Island had actually managed to cultivate his bloodline to the Tsunami Blood realm. What was even more terrifying was that the melee combat techniques released by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island were extremely tricky. Tough and gentle at the same time, they resembled an anaconda coiling a massive mountain, a spirit monkey scaling a cliff. In fact, there were a couple of times when he felt that his life was threatened. Chapter 561, Suppression. Chapter 561, Suppression. 50 years ago, Shi Wuya came out from seclusion. The moment he appeared, he overwhelmed with dominance and killed countless paragons. With a zero-loss record, he reigned supreme over the North region and was lauded as the youngest paragon of the Golden Core realm with unlimited potential. 30 years ago, Shi Wuya attacked and killed the renowned peerless paragon of Malevolent Earth sect who had been famous for a long time, shocking the entire North region. Thereafter, Malevolent Earth sect sent disciples to try and assassinate Shi Wuya countless times. However, all their attempts ended in failure and they even suffered immense losses. Ever since then, although nobody gave him the title, most of the cultivators in the North region silently acknowledged Shi Wuya as the #1 perfected of the North region. 30 years had passed and Shi Wuya had rarely shown himself. However, each time he did, he would attract endless attention. All the cultivators targeted by him could not escape death. 10 years ago, when Shi Wuya appeared once again, he crossed a major realm and killed a nascent soul from an upper sect of the nascent soul. It was an extremely tragic battle that shocked the entire cultivation world. Golden cores and nascent souls were on completely different levels. That kill across a major realm made Shi Wuya even more famous. Although he was only a golden core, most cultivators regarded him as someone of a nascent soul level. Nobody expected that this monster incarnate of the North region would make a move for the Vermilion Fruit's birth. After all, Shi Wuya had not shown himself or fought for the past 10 years. This fight for the Vermilion Fruit was a rare gathering of the North region's paragons. However, if Shi Wuya were to arrive, the paragons of the 10 upper sects, 4 gentry clans and even 2 ancient aristocratic families could only be seen as mere children compared to him. More than that, most of the cultivators could not imagine that there could be a golden core who could fight on par with Shi Wuya. That monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is truly terrifying. To think that he would still have the strength to fight against Shi Wuya after battling countless paragons. Glass Palace is one of the strongest body-tempering sects in Tianhuang mainland. How did that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island cultivate such that he's able to stand against Shi Wuya? It's useless. Shi Wuya hasn't shown his true strength yet and that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is already exhausted. That's right. If Shi Wuya were to release his golden core phenomenon, that man is dead for sure. As everyone discussed, a change happened on the battlefield. Shi Wuya asked in a relaxed manner, "Is that all you've got?" It was a frightening sight and all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. In an intense fight as such, one would have to maintain their full focus and wouldn't dare to be distracted and speak. Furthermore, they were in a melee combat and it was even more dangerous. A single mistake and they could die on the spot. But now, Shi Wuya seemed like he was extremely relaxed. "If that's all you've got, I'm sorry, you're going to die." Shi Wuya remarked coldly, "That's because I'm only at 50% of my strength." The crowd was in shock. His strength was already this terrifying at 50%. Which golden core could defend against his 100% in that case? Boom. The both of them clashed once more. Suddenly, Suzimo laughed coldly and spoke with an unchanged expression. What? I'm only at 30% here. He was concerned about revealing his identity, and as such, there were many moves that he could not release due to his considerations. He was not bragging with nonsense. However, those who were watching were none the wiser and would naturally not believe him. Everyone thought that Suzimo had already released his trump cards entirely after fighting against the Paragons, releasing two primordial phenomenons that were destroyed and eventually using the turtle-serpent collision at the end to kill Duan Mukang. Furthermore, everyone could tell that Suzimo had exhausted his spirit energy. There was almost no spirit energy fluctuation coming from him up till this point of the battle, and he was completely relying on his unparalleled bloodline and physique to fight in melee rain. Foo-foo. Shiwuya chuckled gently. You've got a glib tongue. That's all there is to the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Before his sentence was completed, Shiwuya had already slapped his storage bag to withdraw a long, slender jade ruler. It was sparkling and shone with a mysterious glimmer, unlike anything else in the world. Up till this point, both of them had fought barehanded. But now, Shiwuya has finally brought out a weapon. You should be proud that you're able to make me use a weapon to kill you, Shiwuya declared proudly. Swoosh. The jade ruler swept through the air like a sword, causing the wind to howl with a terrifying might. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. That jade ruler was far from simple. His spirit perception sounded. Without hesitating, Suzimo retreated. The jade ruler glided past his face and a burning sensation spread across his cheeks. Quivering gently, bedazzling lights lit up one after another on the jade ruler. 6 spirit patterns, a carnate spirit weapon. The crowd gasped. Carnate spirit weapons were way too rare. Even the successors of the 10 upper sects, 4 gentry clans and 2 ancient aristocratic families did not have them. Although that jade ruler looked fragile, it was an indestructible carnate spirit weapon. It was fortunate that Suzimo had managed to dodge in time. If he had continued fighting barehanded like before, his arm would have been shred into pieces by that jade ruler. By withdrawing his carnate spirit weapon, Shiwuya gained the advantage instantly and strode forward, closing in domineeringly. Waving his jade ruler, he slashed. A rainbow streak of light extended from the jade ruler, arriving above Suzimo's head instantaneously as though it could penetrate all things in the universe. Suzimo had experienced the formidable might of carnate spirit weapons before and did not dare to receive the attack barehanded. He withdrew a long saber from his storage bag. Buzz. The blade trembled slightly and shone with 4 spirit patterns. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Suzimo slashed in reverse against the rainbow light sent by the jade ruler. Swoosh. The sound of tides surged. Countercurrent stance. Clang. The jade ruler and saber collided, filling the air with a resplendent glow as mist spread. Shatter. Shiwuya harumphed coldly and the rainbow light on his jade ruler shone brightly as he pushed his blood chi. Snap. There was a crisp sound. Instantly, a series of cracks rippled through the blade. Destroyed. A supreme-grade spirit weapon was shattered by Shiwuya's jade ruler directly. Suzimo retreated once more. Pew. 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 Against that powerful clash, Suzimo's saber broke into shards before transforming into light spots that shot towards him. Suzimo's pupils constricted instantly. The two of them were way too close. The shards of the saber surged towards him almost immediately after the saber and jade ruler collided. There was no time to dodge at all. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed from Suzimo's body. Under countless watchful gazes, his tall, burly body actually shrank into a meatball the size of an infant, spinning smoothly in midair. Cling. Clang. Instead of piercing him, the saber shards let off metallic sounds when they struck Suzimo. Suzimo took a deep breath of air and his tendons and bones sounded together. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his form of the burly man. Tears could be seen on his green robes, but there was no sign of blood. A faint golden glow could be seen through his green robes. Shiwuya's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. Not bad. So, you were wearing a defensive inner armor. He had sharp eyes and could vaguely tell that Suzumo's inner armor was of a relatively high grade. There was a chance that it was a perfect grade spirit weapon. The stars are truly aligned. Coincidentally, I've been looking for a defensive spirit weapon and here you are, bringing it for me. Shibuya could not help but laugh. I've got to see just how long more you can hold out for. The moment he said that, Shibuya's blood chi exploded and his figure flickered. Waving his jade ruler, endless rainbow light dispersed downwards onto Suzumo's head, slashing down once more. Shibuya had suppressed Suzumo perfectly with his carnate spirit weapon. Chapter 562, Demon Form vs. Phenomenon. Chapter 562, Demon Form vs. Phenomenon. Suzumo did not dare to receive the Jade Ruler's attack head-on and could only dodge backwards. The Jade Ruler was a carnate spirit weapon. Given Shibuya's strength, even a supreme-grade spirit weapon would be smashed into pieces by his ruler. The only way was for Suzumo to use his Blood Quencher or Coiling Dragon Seal. However, he would not be able to conceal his identity if he summoned those two weapons. The Jade Ruler shone with a resplendent rainbow light in Shibuya's hands. Even with his immensely strong physique, Suzumo would not be able to endure an attack from the Jade Ruler and would definitely be severely injured. He made use of the nimbleness of his movement techniques and his physique, which encompassed both toughness and gentleness, to dodge repeatedly. The two of them were already moving at their maximum speed. For now, Suzumo was still unhurt. However, he would definitely lose if he had to continue defending, and his space available to dodge was decreasing by the moment. He had to make a decision. At that thought, Suzumo's eyes flashed viciously with a demonic glint. Glaring at the incoming Jade Ruler, he reached out and grabbed it. "You must have a death wish." Shibuya harumphed coldly. Suzumo opened his mouth widely and bellowed, "Battle!" His voice was like thunder, rupturing beside Shibuya's ear. If it was anyone else that was roared by Suzumo at this distance, they would definitely die on the spot, bleeding from all orifices, if they were weak. Even the strong paragons would be momentarily stunned. However, Shibuya merely frowned as his blood chi surged, repressing the discomfort he felt instantly. At the same time, Suzumo's palm made contact with the Jade Ruler. A coil and a tremble. A weird power of contortion was released on the Jade Ruler. Shibuya's expression changed starkly. He could clearly sense a ripping sensation coming from his palm and he was about to lose his grip on the Jade Ruler. His entire arm was even twisting with an unbearable pain. Unable to endure that sort of power, his sleeves exploded right away into pieces. Bam! His Jade Ruler flew from his hand, turning into a streak of light that stabbed into the wall nearby. Suzumo did not stop in his tracks and continued closing in domineeringly. Swinging his right arm, the veins on his fist popped out and his flesh expanded like a gigantic seal that descended from the skies with a nauseating blood stench. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. The mantra of the Glass Mental Sutra was read out in Shibuya's mind swiftly. A tremendous amount of power burst forth. A mysterious luster veiled Shibuya's body, similar to glass, flawless and unyielding. 1,000-ton finger. Shibuya extended his finger. Spirit energy gushed forth from his fingertip, condensing into jade that possessed an extremely terrifying amount of power before dotting the incoming gigantic seal. Boom! The finger and gigantic seal collided with a huge bang. Suzumo let out a dull grunt. An extremely sharp power surged through and almost pierced his palm. Shibuya was not having a good time either. The gigantic seal created by Suzumo's fist almost snapped his finger. Although both of them fought head-on, neither of them retreated and sent forth another punch. Bang! Bang! 2 punches crossed at almost the same time and struck the other's chest. 6 spirit lights shone around Suzumo. The power of the mystic gold silk armor was released entirely. Even so, he could sense the terrifying energy surge into his body fanatically through the mystic gold silk armor such that his organs were shaken. While the mystic gold silk armor was a carnate defensive spirit weapon, it was not invincible. The inner armor could only try its best to deflect damage. However, if the other party was sufficiently strong or terrifying, he could destroy the mystic gold silk armor entirely. Initially, when he first came across the mystic gold silk armor, it was in a damaged state with its spirit patterns broken. Even its carnate spirit pattern was broken into a few parts. Suzumo spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. On the other side, Shi Wuya was motionless and his expression was extremely ugly. Even with his glass mental sutra and the supreme-grade defensive inner armor that he was wearing, he was unable to defend against Suzumo's punch completely. A trace of flesh blood trickled from the corner of Shi Wuya's lips. Both of them were injured together. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone had expected Suzumo to be injured. However, none of them thought that Shi Wuya would be injured as well. It's truly a pity for the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Far away, Mu Dongqing suddenly remarked. Why? Bai Yuhan could not understand. Mu Dongqing replied, given his potential, if he were to cultivate to perfected golden core and fight Shi Wuya in his peak condition, it might be hard to determine who would be victorious. But now that the successor of Divine Phoenix Island has already used up all his trump cards, spirit energy and stamina, he's definitely doomed once Shi Wuya releases his golden core phenomenon. On the battlefield, Shi Wuya had a dark expression and his eyes shone with cold killing intent as he said, almost snarling, "It's been a long time since anyone managed to injure me." Good, very good. He strode slowly towards Suzumo and the aura he emanated turned increasingly frightening. I'll let you have a taste of my golden core phenomenon. Glass divine light. The moment Shi Wuya said that, a brilliant and colorful radiance shrouded him in a bedazzling manner. Glass divine light, the 13th spot on the previous phenomenon ranking. This was truly a strong phenomenon passed down from history that managed to get into the top 20 for every single phenomenon ranking. You should feel proud that you can die to glass divine light. Shi Wuya stood in the air and looked down at Suzumo with a gaze that seemed like he was looking at an ant. Fufu. Suzumo smiled. Many cultivators were stunned, thinking that Suzumo had gone mad. If they were in his position, none of them would be able to smile. How do you think I managed to suppress the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects beneath the human Empress Palace? Suzumo said in a relaxed manner as a scarlet-red inner core spun slowly in his chest. His eyes lit up and his black hair swayed without any wind while a terrifying aura spread from him. Many cultivators were shocked. Demonic chi? Not good, he's a demon. The rumors were real. There were too many rumors regarding the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, some of it overly ridiculous, such that many cultivators who had not witnessed it personally would not dare to believe. It was only at that moment that everyone realized why he was called a monster incarnate. Crackle. Pang. 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 Suzumo's tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his flesh expanded. Right in front of everyone, he released his blood chi and his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he grew more than 100 feet tall, akin to a mighty fiend celestial with a torrential ferocity. The green veins on his body popped and extended like snakes as every single inch of his muscles protruded and knotted together, shimmering with an unyielding, metallic luster. One after another, menacing ancient demons spawned around his terrifying body and surrounded him. The raging bull, stone bear, anaconda, sanguine ape. All of those demons had bloodshot eyes and murderous auras. Roar. When the ancient demons bellowed together, the world shook. All the cultivators shuddered and went dead silent. Standing in the middle of 7 ancient demon kings, Suzumo was like a godly being with a bright gaze. His aura was domineering and was not inferior in the face of Shi Wuya's golden core phenomenon. Chapter 563, Defeat, Desperate Situation. Chapter 563, Defeat, Desperate Situation. Heavens, what's that? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The paragons of the North region were shocked. None of them had witnessed such a situation up till this point of their cultivation. That figure that was more than 100 feet tall stood in the middle of the battlefield like a towering godly being, exuding its might in all directions with a torrential aura. Against this godly being, Shi Wuya was like an insignificant ant. If not for his ancient phenomenon, Shi Wuya's aura would have been overwhelmed by the monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island completely. So, you're just a beast. Shi Wuya circulated his golden core with all his might and the power of his phenomenon surged. The glass divine light glowed brilliantly. Although that ancient phenomenon merely released a rainbow-colored light and did not seem like it had any monumental aura, its might was extremely frightening. Any cultivator that was touched by that rainbow light would have their flesh and blood crystallized, turning into ice-cold figures without any life. A single touch could cause them to shatter into pieces. Most spirit weapons would shatter on the spot if they were engulfed by the rainbow-colored light. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons would not be able to escape that fate. The fact that it was called a divine light was proof of the might of this ancient phenomenon. Its godly authority could purge all ghosts and deities. Normally speaking, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts wouldn't be able to withstand the killing power of glass divine light. However, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. That was the foundation left for him by Dai Yu to establish ground in the cultivation world as well as his stepping stone to enter the cultivation world. That supreme demon classic was the exact reason why Su Zimo was able to overwhelm so many paragons and fend off the sealers beneath the human emperor's palace before eventually entering it. Although he had only just formed his inner core, the terrifying aspect of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness had already been revealed. The 7 ancient demon kings surrounded him and he was shrouded by a scarlet demonic chi that was extremely thick. Demonic chi made contact and clashed repeatedly against the glass divine light. Buzz! Buzz! A jarring sound echoed from the center of the battlefield. 2 entirely different powers were corroding one another mutually without relenting. A terrifying shockwave started spreading through the void. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang and everyone else were shocked, retreating hurriedly. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time and were implicated by the energy shockwave produced by the clash of the 2 powers exploded and died on the spot. The center of the battlefield had turned into a forbidden area because of the fight between 2 monster incarnate. Roar! The 7 ancient demon kings roared deafeningly at the same time. Some of the cultivators who were closer were stunned by the noise, fainting on the spot. Demonic chi rumbled with a torrential ferocity as the 7 ancient demon kings opened their gigantic mouths. Their teeth were filled with sticky saliva and they bit towards Shi Wuya. Poof! 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 A rainbow light shot forth. Shi Wuya had a glass-like body that was flawless and transparent. Surrounded by the rainbow light, he was like a blazing sun. One after another, rainbow lights streaked forward like swords with extremely sharp edges. Countless swords tore through the thick demonic chi and cut the 7 ancient demon kings, wounding them all over. The demonic chi shrouding around Su Zimo had thinned considerably. In the end, Shi Wuya had still gained the upper hand in this fight between 2 monster incarnates. No matter what, he was at perfected golden core realm. However, Su Zimo was only at early stage inner core. As the number 1 perfected being of the North region, Shi Wuya noticed the minute change in the tides and would naturally not let such an opportunity slip. Kill! He hollered and his aura grew fiercer. The glass divine light in his hands converged gradually before forming a sparkling saber. Slay! Swash! Accompanied by Shi Wuya's roar, the glass saber tore through the demonic chi surging around Su Zimo and sliced off the head of the bovine demon king. With that, the demonic chi thinned by a portion. Again, Shi Wuya bellowed with an overwhelming aura. The stone bear demon king's body was cut into 2 and dissipated. Once again, the demonic chi thinned. Slay! 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 Shi Wuya released 5 consecutive slashes and the remaining 5 ancient demon kings were cut down by the glass saber in an extremely miserable manner with their limbs splaying. In the blink of an eye, the 7 ancient demon kings surrounding Su Zimo had been dispersed by the glass divine light. The demonic chi was now extremely thin. With the loss of his demonic chi's protection, no matter how unparalleled Su Zimo's body was, he would definitely not be able to withstand the might of the glass divine light. The situation was extremely clear right now. Sigh, he's still slightly inferior at the end of the day. Mu Dongqing sighed. Indeed, it's true that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island does not stand much chance of victory against the number one perfected being of the North region after fighting with so many paragons and depleting his spirit energy. Furthermore, the two of them are a few levels apart in terms of cultivation realm. Bai Yuhan nodded. If he's at perfected golden core realm, it might be hard to determine the victor of this fight. Double phenomenons. Not only that, those were lost primordial phenomenons. To think that he would die just like this. Someone from Divine Phoenix Island who wants to come onto Tianhuang mainland and fight for the vermilion fruit is bound to be targeted by everyone. That's right. This man is a demon, it's nothing even if he dies. Su Zimo had killed too many paragons of the North region and have already sown deep feuds with the major sects and factions of the North region. Nobody was hoping for him to be victorious. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that the situation was set, Shi Wuya reared his head in laughter and declared loudly, "A beast is a beast at the end of the day. Do you really think that you're my match just because you suppressed many paragons beneath the human emperor's palace?" Shi Wuya took a step forward and slashed with his saber. Su Zimo grit his teeth tightly and his inner core circulated fanatically. The remaining demonic chi shrouding him condensed into a shield. Bang! The shield exploded. Su Zimo let out a dull grunt. The power of the phenomenon ate into him and that massive body of his exploded on the surface, creating a series of cuts that looked terrifying as fresh blood gushed out. "You can't hold on anymore?" Shi Wuya had an excited expression and a cruel glint shone in his eyes as he lunged forward once more. Su Zimo raised his right hand with the divine phoenix bone and punched forward to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Although the glass divine light was not shattered by the divine phoenix bone, the rainbow light spilled everywhere. When Su Zimo's bare arm was exposed to it, it turned into pieces of crystallized flesh. The color on Su Zimo's face drained as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. While the divine phoenix bone was unyielding, it was not omnipotent. He could not control the divine phoenix bone. He could not release its true strength as well. "Die!" Shi Wuya hollered once more domineeringly. The glass saber descended from the skies, looking as though it was about to cut through the void and sever all life before it. Am I going to be defeated just like this? Against the suppression of that formidable power, Su Zimo's features looked somewhat contorted as he howled from the depths of his heart, "I'm not willing." On the surface, this was a clash between two paragons. However, in reality, this was more like a face-off between immortals and demons. It was more like a fight between the legacy of Dai Yu and the ancient super sect. There were some things that Dai Yu would definitely not say to Su Zimo given her personality. However, she had already expressed her intentions through her actions. "Since fate did not allow you to attain immortality cultivation, I'll alter fate for you. Since Iridescent Cloud's palace doesn't want you, I'll impart to you my skills and allow you to be stronger than all the successors of the super sects in this world." This was Dai Yu's pride. It was now also Su Zimo's pride. Chapter 564, Burst. Chapter 564, Burst. 8 years ago, Dai Yu transformed into a butterfly and left without a trace. However, Su Zimo had never felt lonely during this period of time. Perhaps, Dai Yu had been keeping watch of him from some other world. Furthermore, Su Zimo was convinced that his future would not lie in Tianhuang mainland. There would come a day when he would finally break through this void before him and travel to that foreign world in his pursuit of Dai Yu. He wanted to go and meet her. He wanted to arrive before her and tell her, "I'm here." It did not matter if the path ahead was filled with obstacles. It did not matter if it was an endless hell before him. It did not matter if countless strong foes wanted to stand in his way. Nothing could waver Su Zimo's determination. At the thought of Dai Yu, Su Zimo was filled with a sense of courage. When he thought about her, he could not help but recall her domineering and imposing methods. How could the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness lose? How could Dai Yu lose? How could I lose? I'm not willing. Ah! Su Zimo reared his head and roared into the air. With the circulation of his inner core, his blood chi rose, his tendons and bones echoed together, his blood marrow gushed and his organs trembled. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, orifice clearing, core formation. All 7 sutras flowed through his mind. A series of strange sounds came from that body that was 100 feet tall. It seemed as though someone was chanting those sutras relentlessly. With the support of that sound, the turtle-like cracks on Suzumo's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The gradual gathering of the sound seemed to have triggered something and released a shuddering energy. Suzumo's eyes lit up as he welcomed the incoming glass saber. The demonic chi in his body surged and he charged forward instead of dodging or retreating. "You're asking for death." Shi Wuya's gaze was vicious as he slashed forward savagely, gripping his glass saber with both hands. Boom! Suzumo threw out a punch. At the same time, a gigantic demon beast could faintly be seen from the rumbling demonic chi behind him. It looked like a blood-colored butterfly that was vaguely discernible. There were 2 bright, round moons etched on the wings of the butterfly, resembling a pair of indifferent eyes. Suzumo punched forward. The blood-colored butterfly did not move at all and those moon-like eyes on its wings flashed. An incomparably strong power cruised through Suzumo's body, bursting instantly along with his fists. Boom! The saber collided against Suzumo's fist with a resounding bang. Shi Wuya's expression changed once again and from the depths of his eyes, a hint of panic and fear could be seen. Right in front of everyone, the glass saber in Shi Wuya's suddenly exploded. The rainbow light dispersed. Shi Wuya's golden core phenomenon had shattered entirely. Shuddering, Shi Wuya choked and could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood, as though he was struck by thunder. All the paragons of the North region exclaimed. Everyone witnessed the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island fall into a desperate situation where he could die at any moment. Yet, for some unknown reason, he suddenly gave off a burst and destroyed Shi Wuya's golden core phenomenon instead. In the blink of an eye, the tides had reversed. The faint blood-colored butterfly behind Suzumo had disappeared by now. However, without the protection of his golden core phenomenon, Shi Wuya was definitely not a match for Suzumo in his demon form. Boom! Suzumo strode forward and extended his massive palm, crushing down in an encompassing manner. Shi Wuya did not have time to dodge and could only raise his arm to defend reluctantly. Bang! A dull sound of defeat echoed as the 2 of them clashed. Shi Wuya merely felt a sharp pain run through his arm and instantly, he was drenched in cold sweat. Suzumo did not give him a chance to catch his breath at all. Both of them were rare prodigies in terms of melee combat and would naturally not give up on such an opportunity. He threw yet another punch down. It seemed like a supreme gigantic seal that was smashing down from the heavens, about to quake the mountains and ground. Boom! Shi Wuya could only prop up both arms to receive the blow. Shuddering, he retreated once more. Yet again, he coughed out a mouthful of blood that was now already blackish. His organs were shaken. Otherwise, his blood would have definitely been red. At that moment, Shi Wuya could no longer feel pain in both arms, they were numb by now. Suzumo was extremely precise in his timing such that Shi Wuya did not even have the time to withdraw weapons, talismans, or elixirs. If this continued, both of Shi Wuya's arms would be snapped by Suzumo within a few rounds. The 2 of them were extremely close. Shi Wuya could clearly sense that Suzumo's breath also carried a hint of blood stench. This meant that Suzumo was already significantly injured through this battle. Right now, both of them were at their limits. If he were to fight to the end, he might still be able to win. However, Suzumo's aura was way too overwhelming and sharp at the moment. After enduring a few hits repeatedly, Shi Wuya had already given up on the thought of fighting Suzumo to the end completely. He could not die. He was less than 100 years old. He was the #1 perfected being of the North region. At such a young age, his future had unlimited potential. As long as Shi Wuya wanted to, he could even transcend to the nascent soul realm. Of course, there was no way he could do his breakthrough in such an intense battle. The ascension from the golden core to the nascent soul realm was a leap in quality. Even if he was the peerless monster incarnate of paragons, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Breaking through on the battlefield was equivalent to committing suicide. Even without outsiders interfering, a single distraction was enough for them to perish. Suddenly, Shi Wuya hollered, "What are you guys waiting for? This beast's blood chi is drained and he's only putting on a strong front. A simple attack from everyone together is enough to kill him here." That single statement proved that Shi Wuya had lost. The reputation that he gained over many years was instantly destroyed at this moment. However, compared to his life, Shi Wuya could not care any longer. As long as he stayed alive, he could get his hands on the vermilion fruit and everything that Su Zimo possessed. His combat strength would definitely be raised yet another level. At that time, he would even have a high chance of entering the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking once he enters the intermediate ancient battlefield. Perhaps, he might even be able to compete against Di Yin, the number 1 of the previous phenomenon ranking. He was going to personally retrieve the reputation and dignity that he lost today. Nobody made a move. Even the masked man who accompanied Shi Wuya did not move, watching everything with a cold gaze. He had his own selfish reasons as well. Initially, there was no chance for him to make a name for himself with Shi Wuya riding over him. He could never get more resources in the sect compared to Shi Wuya. But now, if Shi Wuya were to die with the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island severely injured, there would be a high chance he could be the last standing victor and get his hands on all the treasure. There were only 2 reasons why everyone else did not move either. On the one hand, the paragons of the North region still had a trepidating fear after being beaten by Su Zimo. On the other hand, they were still observing at the side. In a fight between 2 tigers, one was bound to get hurt. The wisest decision was for everyone to observe the battle from afar. Right now, it was not the best opportunity to strike yet. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang and the others were expressionless, but they gloated internally. The fight for the vermilion fruit had been tumultuous up till this point, and now, yet another change had happened in the situation. Initially, it was already extremely fortuitous if they could survive, and there was no chance for them to get their hands on the vermilion fruit. But now, the tides had reversed. Any of them could end up as a big winner. Chapter 565, Fall of Shi Wuya. Chapter 565, Fall of Shi Wuya. The old man from Glass Palace stood in the pavilion expressionlessly with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the great Qian ruins with an indifferent stare. Although he looked scrawny, as though a gust could blow him over, none of the nascent souls present inside and outside the pavilion dared to move. There was no longer any meaning to the vermilion fruit fight with Shi Wuya's appearance. In everyone's opinions, the lives of the paragons of the North region were now decided by fate. The astute and sharp cultivators who chose to leave and give up on the vermilion fruit fight would be considered logical. If anyone wanted to challenge Shi Wuya because of the vermilion fruit, they would be committing suicide. The nascent soul of Duanmu clan had a grim expression. Duanmu Kang was the golden core with the greatest potential in the Duanmu clan in 500 years, overwhelming all over cultivators of the same realm. To think that he would be killed by Shi Wuya. Suddenly, the entire fight for the vermilion fruit seemed meaningless after knowing that Shi Wuya had arrived. That was because everyone knew the outcome of the fight. It was no wonder why the paragons of the North region would suffer such an immense defeat. It was no wonder why even paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans fell one after another. It was no wonder why the situation could not be contained even with the appearance of the successors of the 2 ancient aristocratic families. Right now, everything was clear. It was all because of Shi Wuya. The many nascent souls remained silently, awaiting the final outcome. All of a sudden, the old man from Glass Palace who was initially standing with his hands behind his back frowned. Swiping his shriveled hand across his storage bag, he withdrew a destiny talisman and gazed at it. The radiance on the destiny talisman shimmered, as though it had received an immense blow. The old man from Glass Palace narrowed his gaze and a cold glint could be seen in his hazy eyes. The young master seems to have met with some trouble. Could there actually be a paragon in the North region who could challenge the young master? The moment that thought crossed his mind, the The destiny talisman in his hands flashed repeatedly. After a momentary pause, the radiance on the destiny talisman dimmed gradually. The old man from Glass Palace was stunned. This was no longer any ordinary trouble. It seemed like Shi Wuya was undergoing some unprecedented danger and could fall at any moment. The abnormal reaction from the destiny talisman attracted the stares of other nascent souls as well. Suddenly, a stir broke out from the crowd. What's going on? That destiny talisman belongs to Shi Wuya? It should be. The old man seems like he's really concerned. Who in the North region could pose a threat to Shi Wuya? I'm not sure. The old man from Glass Palace clutched the destiny talisman with an unpredictable expression. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes flashed with conviction as he declared coldly, a nascent soul must have infiltrated the Great Qian ruins. Otherwise, given Wuya's strength, even if all the paragons of the North region joined forces, none of them would be a match for him. Indeed, that was possible from Shi Wuya. However, it was not exactly possible for a nascent soul to infiltrate the Great Qian ruins. All of the nascent souls were gathered here and their spirit consciousnesses surveyed the surroundings. There was no way a nascent soul could have sneaked past them, avoiding detection. It was obvious what the old man from Glass Palace meant by saying that. I've got to see who would dare interfere in the fight for the vermilion fruit. The old man from Great Qian ruins soared into the air, turning into a streak of light that burst towards the Great Qian ruins. The other nascent souls were already impatient to begin with and wanted to check out what was going on in the Great Qian ruins. Countless nascent souls could vaguely sense that the situation was not as simple as they had imagined. Countless figures soared into the air. In the center of the ruins, the fight between the two monster incarnates was still ongoing. Shi Wuya was drenched in sweat and retreated continuously, panting in a wretched state. Su Zimo was not in a great state either. Many paragons could clearly sense that Su Zimo's movement was getting more sluggish and his blood qi was drained. From the initial height of 100 feet tall, he was now only 2 meters tall. He was at the limits of his stamina. Even so, he did not have any intention of stopping. Su Zimo's eyes shone viciously. Even with his inadequate stamina, he was still suppressing Shi Wuya with his aura. Every single punch landed with his full strength. Shi Wuya had a menacing stare as he snarled, "Beast, can't you tell that everyone is watching with coveting eyes, trying to reap the rewards from our fight? Even if you kill me, you'll be killed mercilessly." Heh. Su Zimo sneered, revealing a set of pearly whites as he replied coldly, "For calling me a beast, I'll slaughter you first before thinking about anything else." "You're a lunatic." Shi Wuya cursed. His hair was disheveled right now and he no longer carried the air as the #1 perfected being of the North region. Snap. Su Zimo threw yet another punch. Instinctively, Shi Wuya raised his arm to defend and the sound of a snapped bone could be heard. Pest. Shi Wuya gasped from the pain and his expression changed starkly. He had cultivated the Glass Mental Sutra constantly and his body was not weaker than weapons a long time ago. He might not even be hurt if he was struck by a supreme-grade spirit weapon. But now, his arm was broken by this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. The snap of his arm shocked him greatly and he almost fainted from the pain. Naturally, his movements turned more sluggish as well. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. There was no way he would give up on an opportunity as such. Closing in domineeringly, he arrived before Shi Wuya in a flash. "Ah!" Shi Wuya howled and exerted the last of his strength, thrusting the only elbow that was left fiercely towards Su Zimo like a gigantic spear. Shi Wuya could sense the aura of death. This was his final gamble before his death. Throughout history, there had been countless cultivators who gained the advantage the entire time only to be murdered in retaliation at a critical moment. Even with his stamina exhausted, that single elbow thrust was definitely enough to create a gigantic hole in Su Zimo's body. At that time, both of them would stand an equal chance at victory. Unfortunately, Su Zimo seemed to have predicted it. The moment he arrived before Shi Wuya, with a distance of less than a feet, Su Zimo's body suddenly turned flexible. Like an anaconda, he wrapped himself around Shi Wuya's body. That move was extremely unexpected. Right from the beginning, Suzumo's attacks had always been tough and unyielding. But now, with that sudden change, Shibuya's final gamble missed. At that moment, Suzumo took a deep breath with his body wrapped around Shibuya. To the many paragons, it seemed like there was truly an anaconda that was coiling itself around Shibuya's body. It breathed in and its body expanded as it reared its head and hissed, as though it wanted to devour the sun and moon. Anaconda coil. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was a move that exemplified the limits of the flexibility of one's tendons. Pang, pang, pang. Suzumo's body sounded as though an ancient god of war was strumming a bow. Unable to move at all, Shibuya opened his mouth and a weird ee sound echoed from the depths of his throat, as though he was trying to breathe. One of the reasons why Anaconda Coil was a killing move was because it could suffocate someone. Shibuya's eyeballs were bloodshot and bulged out as his face turned a frightening shade of purple due to the prolonged asphyxiation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Shibuya's tendons and bones were snapped by Suzumo's Anaconda Coil. That body which could be described as perfect was now contorted in an indescribable state, looking absolutely miserable with completely smashed tendons and bones without any trace of life. Shibuya's gaze dimmed and his head tilted to the side, dying on the spot. Chapter 566. Pass Through My Sword. Chapter 566. Pass Through My Sword. Shibuya, the once number one perfected being of the North region who dominated the cultivation world overwhelmingly and was completely unmatched across the same realm. For the past 30 years, although he rarely made an appearance, he was still an invincible existence of the Golden Core realm in the hearts of many major factions and sects of the North region. Nobody had expected this. Nobody thought that Shibuya would make a move for the Vermilion Fruit fight. Less than that. The paragons had not expected that Shibuya would be murdered savagely with his tendons and bones snapped by someone else in the Great Qian ruins. Gazing at that mighty, burly figure on the battlefield, a surreal feeling surged through the minds of the paragons and they were overwhelmed by sadness. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Even if one cultivated to Shibuya's level and possessed that frightening combat strength, they could still be killed mercilessly. No matter how glorious of a past they had, paragons that died would be buried in the sands of time and be forgotten eventually. This Vermilion Fruit fight had far surpassed initial expectations of the paragons. There were way too many paragons that died. The ground was sprawled with corpses and blood formed rivers. It was too tragic. Furthermore, up till this point, it was still uncertainty who would end up as the eventual victor with the Vermilion Fruit. There was only one thing that everyone was certain about. From this day forth, there was a new number one perfected being of the North region. At the same time, that newcomer would die soon as well. Everyone could see Suzumo's frailness at the moment. Right now, any random golden core could probably take his life. Although the remaining paragons were mostly injured, they looked at Suzumo with fervent gazes, wanting to tear him apart. Finally, a cultivator who could not hold it back anymore stood forward. A centipede dies but never falls completely. Although he could tell that Suzumo was already exhausted, that person did not dare to advance and merely hid far away, hollering softly and conjuring a spirit art. Spirit energy surged and condensed into a palm in midair, slapping towards Suzumo fiercely. Boom! The spirit energy palm received no resistance and landed viciously on Suzumo's body. Suzumo grunted dully and his legs wobbled, almost falling to the ground. At the sight of that, the paragons were finally relieved. Fufu, so that's all there is to the legendary number one monster incarnate. There's also a time when he's exhausted. He's nothing but a beast. How dare a beast try to snatch the Vermilion Fruit from all of us humans? How impudent. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon wielded his sword and advanced towards Suzumo slowly, smirking coldly with a murderous intent. Previously, his chest was pierced by Suzumo's saber. Although the wound wasn't deep, he was scheming and seized the opportunity to retreat due to the circumstances. He chose to observe coldly by the sidelines while retaining his strength. During this period of time, With the help of elixirs such as the blood-curing pill, the wound before his chest had mostly recovered. At this moment, all the paragons were wounded and could not release their golden core phenomenons in a short period of time. The only one truly of threat to him was the masked man from Glass Palace. However, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon could tell clearly that the masked man was at early stage golden core. He would definitely have the advantage if the two of them were to fight. The reason why he chose to stand out now was naturally to control the situation and suppress everything so that he could take advantage of the situation. Beast, why aren't you cocky anymore? Clang. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon withdrew the sword hanging on his waist and slashed forward. A milky white sword beam flashed by. Instantly, a gash appeared on Suzimo's thigh. Although it wasn't very deep, fresh blood seeped out right away. The reason why Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon did not aim to kill with that attack was clearly because he wanted to humiliate Suzimo and trample on his dignity. Suzimo did not move at all, as if he did not even have the strength to dodge. Although his face was pale, his eyes burned brightly in a terrifying manner. He was truly drained after killing Shi Wuya. Furthermore, Shi Wuya was a perfected golden core, the number one perfected being of the North region. He was truly someone with frightening strength and had an extremely terrifying physique after cultivating the Glass Mental Sutra. After the repeated head-on clashes, Suzimo had suffered rather serious injuries. Thin tears were appearing on his organs. If Shi Wuya could endure for a little more, he might not have been the one who died. At that moment, Suzimo did not retaliate and was merely silently healing up and recovering his stamina. He had the mystic gold silk armor, be it the spirit art of the first cultivator or the slash from Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon, both were external injuries that did not manage to hurt him at the core. Suzimo had trump cards left as well. If he were to release them, the entire world would be overturned. When Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon saw that Suzimo did not retaliate, he turned even more ferocious and continued forward. The sword in his hand trembled and created a flurry of swipes. Poof! Blood sprayed from Suzimo's shoulders once again. Foo-foo. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery as he sneered, "Why? You don't even have the strength to fight back now?" Suzimo merely smirked without replying. Sigh, to think that such a peerless monster incarnate would end up in such a state. Mu Dongqing shook his head and sighed gently, lamenting. Bai Yuhan remarked softly as well, even tigers and dragons have to suffer if they are trapped. This should be a tribulation in his life as well. If not for Shi Wuya, he would have gotten out of this place long ago instead of being humiliated by these small fries now. He had no help at all. If anyone had stepped forth to offload some pressure from him, he wouldn't have landed in such a miserable state. Mu Dongqing sighed once more. Bai Yuhan nodded. That's right. Who would have the guts to stand beside him now and go against the entire North region? What kind of a monster incarnate is this? Just die. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon felt uneasy and did not want to drag things out further. Finally, he made up his mind and slashed forward. His sword was aimed for Suzimo's glabella. If that slash struck, Suzimo's head would be pierced entirely. Suzimo narrowed his gaze. Right as he was about to move, he suddenly frowned with a look of confusion. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out. An incomparably brilliant sword beam appeared all of a sudden. That sword beam was magnificent and attracted everyone's attention. However, its speed was way too fast. It happened instantly. Nobody could see where the slash came from. Nobody could identify the trajectory of the slash. Nobody could identify the direction of the slash. However, everyone felt the killing intent from that slash. The sword beam dissipated. Suddenly, the battlefield went silent. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon froze in his steps. His gaze turned dull. After a momentary pause, the long sword in his hand fell and a thin gash appeared on his throat, turning wider and clearer. Poof! A blood mist spewed out. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon fell stiffly forward, dead. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked all around, trying to seek out the person who attacked. There were not many sword cultivators in the North region. There were even less sword cultivators who could master such a terrifying sword technique to be able to threaten the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect. Taba Feng and Murong Wushuang glared at a black-robed man in the middle of the crowd with conflicted expressions. They were shocked and surprised, but more than that, they were puzzled. The black-robed man held a pitch-black sheathed sword in his left hand. Slowly, he strode out from the crowd one step at a time. Surveying his surroundings with a hollow gaze that could not focus, he spoke slowly. Anyone who wishes to kill him will first have to pass through my sword. Chapter 567, Dugu Jian. Chapter 567, Dugu Jian. Su Zimo did not recognize the black-robed swordsman. He could not understand why this person wanted to help him. However, he once felt an extreme sense of danger stemming from the black-robed swordsman. From that slash earlier on, his gut feeling was verified. That slash happened way too quickly. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon did not even get the chance to release his golden core phenomenon before dying on the spot. Where did this lunatic come from? If he's the helper of this beast from Divine Phoenix Island, he might be a beast as well. Everyone should target him. Some sharp cultivators who noticed that the black-robed swordsman did not have any identity badge on his waist assumed that he was an oblivious itinerant cultivator from out of nowhere and started ranting at him. With Su Zimo facing imminent death, there might be many treasures up for grabs. Naturally, all the paragons were coveting that and none of them wanted to let up. Everyone, let's attack together. It's not as though this guy could cause a storm. A cultivator beckoned and attacked first. With the first came the second. More cultivators were standing out one after another. Instantly, spirit energy surged and sword beams streaked through the void one after another in a bedazzling manner, shooting towards the black-robed swordsman on the black-robed swordsman like an arrow ray. The black-robed swordsman's right hand moved in a seemingly slow manner towards the pitch-black hilt of the sword on his left hand. The moment his right hand made contact with the hilt, the black-robed swordsman's aura changed all of a sudden. His initially lost gaze suddenly gained focus, resembling two extremely sharp swords. When the cultivators who attacked met with his eyes, they shuddered. Some of them shrieked and closed their eyes hurriedly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Two streams of blood flowed down from their eyes in an extremely chilling manner. A single look blinded those people. What powerful sight he possesses. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he had already unlocked his eye orifices and cultivated a pair of demonic eyes with extremely powerful sight. Even the enraged diamond gaze of the Buddhist diamond monastery and the bewitching eye of the fiend sect's pure maiden sect could not affect his mind. However, Su Zimo's demonic eyes had yet to reach the level of releasing such a terrifying killing power with just a single look. He lamented internally, I wonder how that person managed to cultivate such a frightening pair of sword eyes. The black-robed swordsman's gaze had always been lost and unfocused, looking listless. Yet, the moment he held his sword, nobody could ignore his killing intent and the edge in his gaze. Buzz. A buzz reverberated through the world. The unparalleled sword beam from earlier on reappeared with a bedazzling radiance. Cling. Clang. A metallic sound could be heard. The many flying swords darting over from midair were all shattered. The sword beam flashed for a moment. All the cultivators who attacked fell from midair in succession without a single survivor. The moment they fell to the ground, they were already corpses. Although they were prepared for it, not many paragons of the North region present managed to see the black-robed swordsman attack. By the time the paragons realized what happened, the sword had already returned to its sheath. The black-robed swordsman's right hand returned to his side, slumping naturally as though he had never attacked at all. Right from the beginning, the black-robed swordsman had been expressionless. It was as though the death of more than 10 golden cores could not create any emotion in him, not even a single bit. A deathly silence filled the air. Nobody expected that after the appearance of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island and Shi Wuya in the Paragon fight, there was still another cultivator that was this frightening that had not attacked the entire time. Who could defend against such a terrifying existence? Dugu Jian, you've gone mad. Taba Feng glared with widened eyes and hollered. Dugu Jian. At the mention of that name, Su Zimo came to a realization. There were truly not many cultivators with that surname in the North region. Among them, the most famous was the Dugu clan of the 4 gentry clans. However, the cultivator named Dugu Jian before him was way too unlike Tabafeng and the others. Notwithstanding the fact that he did not have an identity badge on his waist, he was not accompanied by a single clansman at all. From Dugu Jian, Su Zimo sensed a sort of loneliness and desolation, a feeling that he could not fit in with this world at all. It seemed as though Dugu Jian had nothing else in his world apart from that sword. He required nothing but his sword. That mental fortitude was the only thing capable of cultivating such a pair of sharp sword eyes and a sword technique that was this terrifying and lethal. Dugu Jian, that monster incarnate of Dugu Jian, is a beast and isn't human. Are you going to represent the Dugu clan and stand on his side? Ouyang Xiaoyu of the ancient aristocratic family asked coldly. I am me. What does it have to do with the Dugu clan? Dugu Jian's voice was calm as he turned around to look at Ouyang Xiaoyu. He was still expressionless as ever. However, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in that hollow gaze of his. He was mocking Ouyang Xiaoyu's inability to understand such a simple concept. I am me. What does it have to do with others? Instantly, Ouyang Xiaoyu was speechless. Murong Wushuang frowned slightly. Looking at Dugu Jian not far away, she could not help but ask, why? Just can't stand it. Dugu Jian replied indifferently. Most of the paragons of the North region were confused. What couldn't he stand? Who provoked him? Murong Wushuang was the only one who sighed gently internally with a conflicted expression. She knew the type of hardships Dugu Jian had experienced as well as the pride in this man's heart. Su Zimo's current predicament must have struck a chord in that man's heart. He was once abandoned by this world as well. Mocked by countless, attacked by countless, bullied by countless and scolded by countless. At that time, nobody helped nor stood by him. This man had reached where he was relying entirely on the sword in his hand, one step at a time. The reason why he was reclusive was not because he hated the world. It was because this world had once abandoned him. The only thing that stayed by his side the entire time and had not abandoned him was that black sheathed sword in his hand. That was the reason why he couldn't stand it and attacked. He would be equally fearless if he had to make enemies with the entire world, let alone the paragons of the North region. Su Zimo did not move a single inch. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to seize the chance to recover his stamina so that he could escape from this place. There was already nobody in the Great Qian ruins who could threaten him with the death of Shi Wuya. However, Su Zimo could still clearly sense that danger was approaching. He did not have time to waste. The masked man from Glass Palace seemed to have read Su Zimo's intentions and strode slowly forward. Since when are those from the Dugu clan allowed to be this cocky? The masked man had a nasty hoarse voice, as though he had suffered immense impact that damaged his windpipe. Scram or die. The masked man glared coldly at Dugu Jian and spat venomously. Dugu Jian was expressionless and silently, merely shifting his gaze slightly. His right hand moved slowly towards the hilt of the black sword on his left hand. Narrowing his gaze, the masked man's head stood on end instantly. Buzz! A sword beam flashed. Dugu Jian did not say anything and merely replied with the sword in his hand. Chapter 568 Arrival of the Nascent Souls. Chapter 568 Arrival of the Nascent Souls. The masked man bolted away at an extremely fast speed. He had already vanished from his original position almost at the same time as the arrival of the sword beam. It was entirely silent. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal ringing was extremely piercing in the silent battlefield. All the paragons witnessed clearly as a crack appeared on the metallic mask of the man, splitting the mask into two. Clang. The mask fell to the ground, revealing that person's true appearance. Pest! Many people gasped. Some female cultivators even exclaimed. Filled with grisly wounds, That face was extremely horrifying. It looked nefarious, like a malevolent ghost, as though it was eaten away by something. For some unknown reason, Suzimo felt an indescribably strange feeling when he saw that face. Sensing the weird stares all around, the masked man had a venomous expression as he howled deeply with an endless hatred surging in his eyes. "I'm going to kill you." The masked man strode forward with a torrential aura. Boom. One after another, streaks of rainbow-colored lights appeared behind the masked man with a frightening energy fluctuation that threatened to destroy everything in the whirl. Ancient phenomenon, glass divine light. Although the masked man's glass divine light was clearly not as terrifying as Shibuya's, it was nothing to scoff at as well. After all, that was Glass Palace's legacy phenomenon. Heavenly encompassing swords. Clang, clang. The sound of swords buzzing reverberated relentlessly through the world. A series of sword chiefs appeared behind Dugu Gen once after another, encompassing the entire firmament as they streaked over with a daunting might. Glass Divine Light was ranked 13 on the previous phenomenon ranking. Heavenly Encompassing Swords was ranked 40 on the previous phenomenon ranking. But now that the two phenomenons clashed, they were on even ground. On the one hand, the masked man's cultivation realm was only at early stage golden core. On the other hand, the might of heavenly encompassing swords was truly pushed to its limits in the hands of Dugu Gen. In the hands of different people, the same golden core phenomenon would also release a different level of might. Fellow Taoists, if we don't strike now, all of you guys are going to be hunted once that beast recovers. Ouyang Xiaoyu surveyed the surroundings and declared coldly. She had already noticed that Suzimo was recovering his stamina and channeling qi to heal himself. The paragons present looked hesitant. However, after exchanging glances, most of them were decided. If they did not give it their all now, it would be hard for a similar opportunity to present itself in the future. Kill. Someone strode forward and growled deeply. Kill. 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 Many cultivators roared in unison with a mighty aura, as though they were bolstering their own courage as well. Flying swords and spirit arts filled the air. There was only a single target, Suzimo, who was in the center of the battlefield. Suzimo's eyes gradually narrowed with a vicious glint. Clang, clang. Before Suzimo made a move, Dugu Gen waved his palm and directed a portion of the heavenly encompassing sword qi in the air to form a barrier that wrapped around Suzimo. Bang, bang, bang. The flying swords that struck the barrier of sword qi were repelled instantly. Spirit arts that rammed onto it dissipated right away. In terms of combat strength, the only one who could match Dugu Gen right now was the masked man from Glass Palace. Buzz. A sword beam flashed. Dugu Gen had attacked once more. That slash seemed to transcend the void and arrived before Ouyang Xiaoyu instantly. The Green Luan was the first to sense the killing intent and burst in retreat with Ouyang Xiaoyu on it instantly. Poof! The sword beam shot into the Green Luan. It let out a tragic howl. Although it was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it could not withstand Dugu Gen's slash. While that wound was not deep, when the sword qi entered its body, it destroyed all life within it almost instantly. The Green Luan was dead. Ouyang Xiaoyu's face was pale as a sheet as she barked hatefully with vengeful eyes. How dare you hurt my spirit beast, Dugu Gen? Dugu Gen did not reply. Another sword beam flashed. Poof! A scarlet streak appeared across Ouyang Xiaoyu's chest and her gaze dimmed gradually. Initially, she was a blessed woman from the heavens. Born with pharaoh-like looks and in an ancient aristocratic family, any cultivator that saw her would naturally feel a sense of inferiority. There were few cultivators who could bear to attack her. Unfortunately, her opponent was Dugu Gen. In his eyes, Ouyang Xiaoyu was nothing more than an ordinary cultivator. There was no great deal about killing her. The blessed woman of an ancient aristocratic family fell from midair, already dead by the time her body reached the ground. Boom. At the end of the day, Dugu Gen had still used up quite a bit of his focus to divert part of his phenomenon's power to protect Suzimo while killing Ouyang Xiaoyu. The masked man seized the opportunity to strike. Boom. An arm flawless as jade tore through the air with a fist that resembled a steel hammer, bursting forth with an extremely alarming might instantly. Dugu Gen's expression did not change. Unable to raise his sword in time, he could only punch in retaliation. Bang! The two fists collided. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Dugu Gen's wrist was snapped by the masked man, twisting to an unbelievable degree. Glass Palace was the best versed in body tempering in the cultivation world. Glass Palace disciples, even if they were not Shiwuya, had extremely strong physiques and frightening melee combat strength that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. However, what everyone truly felt terrified about was Dugu Gen. Even with his snapped wrist, Dugu Gen was still emotionless as ever, as though that was not his hand and he did not feel any pain at all. He was way too calm. Dugu Gen was so calm that nobody could sense any trace of panic coming from him. Despite his snapped wrist, Dugu Gen did not stop at all and instead raised his sword in reverse without giving the masked man a chance to follow up at all. The masked man retreated slightly slower and instantly, a bloody gash appeared on his chest. Poof! Once again, the masked man's expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could clearly sense an endlessly sharp sword chi surging into his body, trying to cut up his flesh, bones, tendons, and organs. Hurriedly, he channeled his blood chi to suppress it. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he managed to contain the wound and purge out the sword chi. Although it seemed like he gained the advantage in that exchange of blows, in reality, they were on even ground. The only difference for Dugu Gen with his snapped left wrist was that he wouldn't be able to hold onto his sword sheath with his left hand. However, Dugu Gen's sword technique was completely unaffected and turned even more intimidating instead. A paragon was bound to die with every single attack of his. Both sides continued in the stalemate. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from the distant horizon. A series of incomparably strong auras surged forward, tearing through the air. The auras were wildly berserk, seemingly filled with rage, as they sped over. Before they even arrived, an unnerving dominance had already engulfed everyone present. This aura. Nascent souls. Even nascent souls are alarmed and there's so many of them. Instantly, the crowd went wild. Everyone knew that they would definitely fade into the background the moment nascent souls interfered. It was unknown who the vermilion fruit would end up with eventually. That would still depend on the capabilities of the nascent souls. However, there was only one thing everyone was certain of. Somebody was about to die. That person had slain way too many paragons of the North region and had offended almost all the factions of the North region. He was definitely doomed to die today. Chapter 569 Exposed. Chapter 569 Exposed. The might of the gathered nascent souls was horrifying and all of the cultivators fighting stopped, not daring to act recklessly. The old man from Glass Palace was the first to arrive and his expression was terribly dark. Although he had already rushed over with all his might after noticing that something was amiss, it was still too late. Shi Wuya's destiny talisman was already shattered on his way here. Who was the person who could kill Shi Wuya? There was definitely no golden core in the North region who could be a match for Shi Wuya. Even if a nascent soul managed to avoid them and infiltrate the Great Qian ruins, wasn't there a chance for Shi Wuya to escape if he could not defeat his foe? That was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the various nascent souls have already arrived. Their eyes were filled with endless shock as they looked at the corpses sprawled on the ground. They had expected this vermilion fruit fight to be a cruel test for the paragons of the North region. However, none of them expected it to be this tragic. Shi Wuya's body laid limply on the ground with its tendons and bones snapped. It was already a meat sludge. His eyes were widened, as if even till the moment of his death, he could not believe that he would be buried in these ruins. Duanmu Kang's body was torn into pieces and his original appearance could not even be seen any longer. Ouyang Xiaoyu's corpse had a gash on her chest that was evidently created by an expert of the Tao of the Sword. There were way too many paragons that could no longer speak at this point either as they laid on the ground as ice-cold corpses. The old man from Glass Palace's gaze turned extremely sharp as he surveyed his surroundings, scanning everyone present. When he came across Su Zimo, he paused slightly. Suzimo was extremely calm and there was no trace of fear in his eyes even as he faced this many nascent souls. When he sensed the stare from the old man of Glass Palace, Suzimo smirked and glared back in return with the same intensity. What happened here? The perfected lord of Taba clan could not help but holler loudly, asking. Taba Fong pointed at Suzimo and shouted, "It's all because of him. He's the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island from the ancient battlefield." That's right. He was the one who killed most of the fallen fellow Taoists of the Golden Core realm. The expressions of the nascent souls changed slightly. The monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. To think that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island would actually arrive in the North region after leaving the ancient battlefield. It was no wonder. It was no wonder why the paragons of the North region met with such a great calamity. This monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was truly scary. Even just at early stage Golden Core realm, he was able to kill the number one perfected being of the North region, Shi Wuya. Who else could be a match for him? The many nascent souls stared at Suzimo with somewhat weird gazes. Apart from hatred, there seemed to be something else. It was more like greed. Their gazes resembled the way the golden cores looked at the vermilion fruit. Many of the nascent souls instinctively looked towards Suzimo's right hand. There was a rumor in the cultivation world that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island's right hand contained a supreme treasure, the Divine Phoenix Bone. That was the bone of a divine being. Even void reversions and Dharma characteristics would be tempted to get their hands on a treasure as such, let alone nascent souls. The gaze of the old man from Glass Palace flashed. In his eyes, there was far more than the Divine Phoenix Bone to Suzimo. This man possessed way too many secrets in his body. There was everything concerning Divine Phoenix Island. The legacy of the Saber Emperor. The secrets within the human emperor's palace. Also, was this monster incarnate a human or demon? How could immortals and demons coexist? The only way to find out about those unknowns was by capturing this monster incarnate. Monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Great, great. The old man from Glass Palace had a cold tone. Withdrawing an antiquated mirror from his storage bag, he said, "Let's see what the true form of this monster incarnate is." When he heard that, Suzimo's heart sank. Before he could react, the old man from Glass Palace flung the mirror in his hands in the air. Instantly, a resplendent radiance burst forth in a bedazzling manner. The endless radiance converged into a light column that descended on Suzimo. There was an extremely mysterious power in the light column that did not contain much killing power. However, Suzimo shuddered and his bones and tendons rang at the same time as his body shrank uncontrollably. His face and features started changing. Under countless gazes, an elegant face was revealed. The burly man with rough features earlier on had vanished entirely. Who is this? Is he the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island? So, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is a human. He looks rather refined, like a scholar. To think that such a frail and refined scholar would be so domineering. I truly couldn't tell at all. Suzimo's heart sank as he heard the discussions. He knew that he could not hide everything anymore. Even when he saw so many nascent souls arrive, Suzimo could still maintain his composure. However, he truly had not expected that his true appearance would be exposed by a mirror. In the cultivation world, there was a dharmic weapon to deal with demons known as the Demon Revealing Mirror. Although the Demon Revealing Mirror did not have much killing power, it could expose the true appearance of demons and expose all their disguises. Despite his endless precautions, Suzimo had missed this out. With this mistake, all his efforts had gone to naught. Suzimo merely felt his limbs go cold. In fact, he even felt devastated. Even if he could escape from this place, he wouldn't be able to survive for long. He could not return to Ethereal Peak. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak would be destroyed because of him. It was even more so for the Yang country. Otherwise, Yang country would be annihilated. While the North region was huge, there was nowhere he could hide. It was even less possible for him to escape from the North region. At Golden Core realm, even if he were to sprint day and night without eating or drinking, It would take him hundreds of years. Furthermore, he would have to deal with the hunt from various major factions and sect. As long as the matter of his immortality and demonic double cultivation was revealed, nobody in this world could protect him. From this day forth, Suzimo would have to take on the world as his enemy single-handedly. Most of the cultivators present had not seen Suzimo personally before. However, in the vast crowd, there were some cultivators who shuddered with looks of disbelief. They were so shocked that they nearly exclaimed, "It's him! To think that it's him!" Mu Dongqing was astounded and could not help but murmur to himself. Bai Yuhan clutched her cherry lips with a disbelieving expression, unable to speak at all. At that moment, both of them finally understood something. It was no wonder why Suzimo was able to cultivate to the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm, the second person after the human emperor to do so. That was because he was the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island and had entered the human emperor's palace. "So, it's you." Blaze Columbus Valley's Wang Yang's eyes lit up as he recognized Suzimo immediately. A month ago, this was the refined scholar that wiped out most of the cultivators from Blaze Columbus Valley, Stellar Lunar Sect and Shadowless Sect, causing them to suffer a massive defeat. It was no wonder why this person also had the divine turtle phenomenon. It was because he was the same person from a month ago. Since this person had a double phenomenon, it meant that he did not fight with his full strength a month ago. Today's battle was the example of this man's full strength without holding back. Wait, something isn't right. Suddenly, Wang Yang's expression changed. This man did not fight without holding back today either. A month ago, he had a gigantic seal that was a carnate spirit weapon. However, that weapon did not show itself today. A month ago, he also had a quasi-carnate spirit weapon that he used to shoot Chen Sinew of Stellar Lunar Sect to death. That wasn't shown today either. Just how many more secrets are there to this man? What else does he have up his sleeves? That thought sent shivers down Wang Yang's spine. Chapter 570 Even Nascent Souls Won't Be Able to Protect You. Chapter 570 Even Nascent Souls Won't Be Able to Protect You. After the masked man from Glass Palace caught sight of Suzimo's true appearance, his first reaction was to freeze up. Thereafter, an endless hatred filled his eyes as he burst into laughter menacingly. "Foo foo foo. Ha 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 ha." His hoarse voice was deep like a baleful ghost from hell. "So, it's you." The masked man had a venomous expression as he snarled with grit teeth. "Do you recognize me, Suzimo?" "Suzimo? I seem to have heard that name before somewhere. It's a little familiar." A commotion broke out among the crowd. "I heard that a disciple from a major sect within the territories of Great Jew cultivated to the Extreme Foundation Establishment realm and is called the Second Human Emperor. His name is Suzimo." "Oh, that's him. I've heard of him before. I heard that this man was outrageous in the ancient battlefield and obtained the Saber Emperor's legacy. He wiped out Poison Sect single-handedly before killing cultivators of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. At that time, the sudden appearance of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate drowned his reputation in the ancient battlefield. To think that they're both the same person. Now that things had come to this, Suzimo calmed down instead. With a cool gaze, he looked at the masked man slowly, as though he was trying to discover something. "Why? You can't recognize me?" The masked man laughed. His initially ugly face turned even more frightening. "Pei Chunyu?" Suzimo raised his brow. Any Glass Palace cultivator that could recognize him had already perished in the ancient battlefield. There was only a single person whose whereabouts and life and death was unknown, Pei Chunyu. "That's right, it's me." Pei Chunyu ground his teeth and spat hatefully. "It's all because of you that I'm in this state right now. Luckily, the heavens took pity on me and I finally found you." Every single word from Pei Chunyu was filled with an endless hatred, as though he wanted to tear Suzimo apart. Back in the fog valley of the ancient battlefield, he managed to survive after taking a huge risk and hiding inside the abdomen of a cloud-seeking leopard. At the same time, he was corroded by the strong digestive fluids of the cloud-seeking leopard which distorted his features. During this period of time, There were countless times when he jolted awake from his dreams because of that elegant face, shivering in fear and drenched in sweat. That face and figure had already turned into his nightmare. He could not erase it. Suzimo, you were domineering and invincible across the same level in the ancient battlefield. I'm sure you've never imagined that this day would come, have you? Pei Chunyu barked coldly. I've sworn countless times to return everything I've suffered 100 times more to you. I'm going to let you suffer a fate worse than death, tormenting you day and night till without allowing you to die or rest. The many paragons felt chills run down their spines when they heard that. Those words could have only been spoken with immense hatred. Suzimo did not say anything, merely healing up in silence as he recovered his stamina. When he heard Pei Chunyu's words, Suzimo's lips curled with a mocking expression. He looked at Pei Chunyu like a pitiful insect. That gaze triggered Pei Chunyu once again. Suzimo. Pei Chunyu bellowed with a menacing expression, gripping his fists so tightly that they cracked. Don't get cocky. I'm not only going to torment you, I'll capture your kin and torture them viciously right before you. I'll let you witness and experience that pain personally. The paragons were secretly shocked. Pei Chunyu had gone insane. The only way to purge his mental demon was if he could kill Suzimo. Otherwise, he would definitely die from his own demons before long. When he heard that, Suzimo's expression suddenly turned cold. He did not have much kin left. Be it Su Hong or Xiaoning, they were his Achilles heel and neither could be touched. Expressionlessly, Suzimo said slowly, Pei Chunyu, you were lucky to have escaped the last time. You will definitely die today. Ha 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 ha. Pei Chunyu reared his head in laughter, as though he heard the greatest joke in the world. Because of what? You. Notwithstanding the fact that your stamina is depleted, your spirit energy is drained and you're at your limits, even if you are in peak condition, so what? Pei Chunyu pointed to the many nascent souls nearby and shouted, there are so many nascent soul seniors around. There's no room for you to be brazen. Monster incarnate. In the eyes of nascent souls, you're nothing but an ant that can be squashed at any moment. Suzimo smiled as well. Lowering his head, he twirled his fingers and said leisurely, do you think that I won't be able to kill you with these nascent souls around? Insolent. The old man from Glass Palace suddenly roared. It was a rich sound that boomed like thunder. Many golden cores shuddered with frozen gazes and fell limply. Suzimo's expression did not change and his body merely swayed slightly. With his double immortality and demonic cultivation, he had a strong physique and he had even cultivated a powerful vocal secret skill before. Although the sound released by the old man from Glass Palace was powerful, it was not enough to affect Suzimo's mind. More than half the paragons of the North region died in Suzimo's hands in this vermilion fruit fight. At this moment, there were countless nascent souls staring at Suzimo. It was truly ridiculous if he wanted to kill Pei Chunyu right under everyone's eyes. However, Pei Chunyu had to die no matter what. Suzimo was extremely clear about that. He knew that if he allowed Pei Chunyu to survive, it would bring about unimaginable trouble for him, Su Hong and Xiaoning. For other people, this short period of rest would not amount to much difference. However, for Suzimo, this was enough for him to stabilize his wounds and recover some stamina. Pei Chunyu, let me tell you one last thing. Suzimo had a cold, murderous gaze as he said coolly, even nascent souls won't be able to protect anyone that I want to kill. Swiping his palm across his storage bag, a gigantic, shiny golden seal appeared in his palm. The carnate spirit weapon, coiling dragon seal. In just this short period of time, Suzimo had already recovered some spirit energy. His dantian circulated and spirit energy surged into the coiling dragon seal. Go! Suzimo flung his arm and the 6 bedazzling spirit patterns on the coiling dragon seal shone as it descended fiercely onto Pei Chunyu. It was frightening, like a blazing sun. Pei Chunyu's expression changed starkly. He had not expected Suzimo to be this decisive and attack him even under the watchful gazes of nascent souls. More than that, he thought that Suzimo was clearly exhausted earlier on, and yet, Suzimo had already recovered to this extent in this short period of time. How strong were his regeneration capabilities? The gigantic seal crushed down, engulfing Pei Chunyu and almost sealing every possible escape path for him. "How dare you!" The old man from Glass Palace roared and waved his sleeves. Swoosh! Instantly, the sleeves stretched dozens of feet along with the wind, blanketing the heavens as it wrapped around the descending blazing sun in midair. Although the blazing sun was scorching, it could not burn through the sleeves of the old man from Glass Palace. No matter what, Su Zimo was only at early-stage golden core at the end of the day. He was definitely not a match for a nascent soul in a direct clash. Pei Chunyu raised his head and only felt relieved when he caught sight of the blazing sun wrapped in the sleeves. If not for his sect senior, he might have truly been killed by that gigantic seal earlier on. At that moment, Pei Chunyu experienced another sense of trepidation. Chapter 571, Kill. Chapter 571, Kill. Something isn't right. Pei Chunyu's heart sank. Given Su Zimo's determination to kill him, how could his attack be this simple? Could Su Zimo truly be naive enough to think that he could kill him with just a carnate gigantic seal under the watch of so many nascent souls? That was impossible. Su Zimo must still have tricks up his sleeves. Instinctively, Pei Chunyu turned his gaze towards Su Zimo. His pupils could not help but constrict violently right away. Unknowingly, a milky white gigantic bow had already appeared in Su Zimo's hands. The bowstring was already drawn. 5 spirit patterns shone on the gigantic bow. If one were to pay attention, they might even vaguely catch sight of a 6th spirit pattern that, although illusory, was extremely blinding. To Pei Chunyu, it seemed like Su Zimo was hugging a round moon in his embrace at that moment. That round moon was pierced by an ice-cold arrow. Dark black in color, the arrow shimmered with a faint golden glow. Behind that black gold arrow, Pei Chunyu caught sight of a firm wrist and a pair of brilliant eyes. Those eyes seemed like they were looking at a dead man. The next moment, Pei Chunyu truly sensed the feeling of death. The black gold arrow was getting closer and closer to him. Pei Chunyu could clearly see the chilling glow on the arrow tip. By now, the elegant face behind the arrow had already turned blurry. The black gold arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. Although Pei Chunyu had clearly seen it, he realized that he was rooted to the spot, unable to budge at all. Save me! His eyes were filled with fright as he howled from the depths of his throat. It was too fast. The arrow was fired almost the same time as when the old man from Glass Palace wrapped his sleeves around the coiling dragon seal. Such guts! The old man from Glass Palace bellowed in rage. He had not expected Su Zimo to still have such a terrifying move left after releasing a carnate spirit weapon. Initially, the black gold arrow only shone with a single gold streak. However, the moment it left the bow, 6 spirit patterns appeared on its body. The light was blinding. Pest! The paragons in the crowd gasped. An early-stage golden core had actually summoned 2 carnate spirit weapons. Shibuya only had one. Even the nascent souls of the North region were shocked. A carnate spirit weapon. That was a true killing weapon. The burst killing power from a carnate-grade arrow fired from a quasi-carnate gigantic bow was more than enough to kill most of the golden cores present instantaneously. Even a cultivator of Shibuya's level might not be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Pei Chunyu was only at early-stage golden core. He was more than a single realm weaker than Shibuya in terms of strength. Everywhere the black gold arrow passed, the surrounding spirit chi would be drawn into the arrow, leaving a streak of forbidden area made of spirit chi that propagated the black gold arrow to an even faster speed. The old man of Glass Palace wanted to step in and stop things, but he was already too late. Turning into a cold streak of light, the black gold arrow arrived instantly. All of a sudden, the jade pendant on Pei Chunyu's waist seemed to sense something and shone brightly, releasing a mysterious power. An almost transparent barrier was formed around Pei Chunyu. Boom! When the black gold arrow struck this barrier, a deafening bang reverberated through the entire place. Crack! 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 Instantly, a series of cracks rippled through the jade pendant. The jade pendant was an expendable defensive spirit weapon and was extremely rare. This was given to Pei Chunyu by his grandfather on the way here and could defend against the full-powered attack of a peak golden core. Even Shi Wuya wouldn't be able to shatter the barrier formed by the jade pendant in a single blow. However, that arrow pierced the jade pendant right away. The black gold arrow was repelled. Pei Chunyu let out a breath and his eyes were filled with relief. He was saved after that arrow was blocked. That was because with a nascent soul of Glass Palace present, Su Zimo would definitely not get a second chance to strike again. Suddenly, a black gold glint streaked past the corner of Pei Chunyu's eyes. It looked familiar. Poof! In his moment of distraction, Pei Chunyu felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. His chest was already punctured with a grisly wound and blood spurting out like a fountain. Bam! The sound of a bowstring quivering only reached Pei Chunyu's ears by then. That strike was way too fast. Before the sound of the bowstring arrived, he was already shot by the black gold arrow. When he heard the trembling sound of the bowstring, Pei Chunyu instinctively thought of something. Earlier on, Su Zimo did not shoot a black gold arrow. He shot two. The two black gold arrows stuck close to one another, front and back. Because the arrows were so fast that they transformed into a chilling streak of light, everyone mistook that it was only a single black gold arrow. The first arrow tore through Pei Chunyu's barrier. The second arrow was to take his life. The combination of the quasi-carnate gigantic bow and carnate black gold arrow rendered Pei Chunyu's supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon to paper. That single arrow swept away every trace of life within Pei Chunyu's body. Su Zimo lowered his arm and put away the moon concealment bow into his storage bag with a calm expression without any emotions in his eyes. That was a display of extreme confidence. If I want to kill you, you will definitely die. It was dead silent on the battlefield such that a pin drop could be heard. It wasn't just the golden core paragons of the North region. Even the nascent souls had not expected an early-stage golden core to kill a cultivator of Glass Palace right before their very eyes. The process seemed simple and instantaneous. However, the read of the situation, attention to detail and precision of timing were all perfect. Any single delay and this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't have gotten the chance. The end result was the death of Pei Chunyu. It was exactly as the monster incarnate had said. Even nascent souls won't be able to protect anyone that I want to kill. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang and everyone else were even more shocked. It was only at that moment when they realized that there was nothing exaggerated about how Su Zimo single-handedly defeated the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects beneath the human Emperor's palace, nor was it due to luck. This man had way too many tricks up his sleeves. They seemed to be endless. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through the minds of some people. Could this monster incarnate manage to escape alive? Impossible. Those cultivators denied the thought. There were so many nascent souls here that have long sealed every single escape path of Su Zimo. No matter if he wanted to fly up above or burrow down beneath, there was no way that man would be able to escape alive. More than 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins, a middle-aged man stood in the air. The man's complexion was a faint golden color and his hands were behind his back, exuding a shuddering aura. Gazing in the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty, his eyes shimmered, seemingly in deep thought. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's expression changed as he slapped his storage bag and withdrew a destiny talisman before looking at it intently. The destiny talisman was already shattered. Like dust, the fragments slipped through his fingers and dispersed. At? The middle-aged man hollered with widened eyes spewing with killing intent. Whoever killed my grandson, I'll make sure you are torn into pieces and burned into ashes. Spinning around, the middle-aged man sped towards the direction of the Great Qian ruins in a flash, vanishing at the edge of the horizon before long. Chapter 572, A Great Gift. Chapter 572, A Great Gift. On the battlefield. The old man from Glass Palace had an extremely terrible expression. For this trip, Glass Palace sent 2 golden cores. Notwithstanding Shi Wuya's death, even Pei Chunyu was murdered and it happened right in front of him. Although Shi Wuya was a golden core, his status in the sect and in the hearts of the elders was much more important than ordinary nascent souls. The sect had raised Shi Wuya as a titular disciple. Naturally, he would be punished when he returned to the sect with news of Shi Wuya's death. Right now, the only thing he could do was to try and make up for it by bringing Su Zimo back to the sect. That way, he might have a chance of avoiding punishment. Little beast, let's see how much longer you can maintain your cockiness. The old man from Glass Palace hollered and strode forward, extending his arm to capture Su Zimo alive. Hee hee. Suddenly, the perfected lord of Dark Ghost sect sneered sinisterly, "This little beast slewed my disciple. I'm going to take his arm as compensation." Swash. Dark Ghost sect's perfected lord's spirit consciousness shifted and turned into a sinister saber that cut towards Su Zimo's right arm. His intent to sever the right arm was an excuse for his true motive of getting the divine phoenix bone. Of the nascent souls present, the old man from Glass Palace was not the only one targeting Su Zimo. All the other nascent souls of decent capabilities wanted to fight for the divine phoenix bone. There was no reason for them to give up an opportunity as such. "How dare you!" the old man from Glass Palace shouted with rage. Hee hee. Suddenly, Duanmu clan's perfected lord laughed. "This little beast is ruthless and murdered my Kanga. I'm going to kill him and take his corpse back so that I can account to my clansmen. Our Ouyang aristocratic family is not going to let that little beast off either." Ouyang clan's perfected lord remarked coldly. "Bullshit." Taba clan's perfected lord cursed, "That weakling from your clan was clearly killed by a sword rather than this lad. What rights do you have? In that case, you've got even less rights since your Tabafong is still alive and well." All the nascent souls moved one after another. All of them wanted to take their share of the loot by getting Su Zimo's right hand. Bang! 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 The power of nascent souls collided with a rampant might, filling the skies with resplendent light in a terrifying manner. The frightening power extended and all the golden cores in the vicinity retreated hurriedly in shock, afraid that they might be embroiled in the fight. Su Zimo stood firmly in the center of the battlefield, looking at everything with a faint mockery in his eyes. "Everyone, listen to me, there's no need for us to fight with our lives here." Murong clan's perfected lord suddenly said, "How about splitting that lad's divine phoenix bone into pieces and divide it evenly?" "That's good. I agree." Some nascent souls agreed readily. "No." The old man from Glass Palace stroked his beard fiercely and an intimidating power exuded from his seemingly scrawny body. With every single move of his, a rainbow light would glow blindingly. Even dharmic weapons wouldn't be able to get close to him. He remarked coldly, "I'll see who dares to try and challenge Glass Palace for a treasure today." At that moment, a series of cool sighs could be heard coming from the center of the battlefield. Many nascent souls stopped instinctively and turned their gazes over. Scanning his surroundings, Su Zimo said slowly with a calm expression, "I've expected all of you to come and I've prepared a great gift. Please kindly accept it." Humph. Stellar Lunar Sect's perfected lord sneered, "Little beast, you won't be able to escape today even if you've got wings. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Escape." Su Zimo smirked with a hint of incredulity in his eyes. "Everyone, you may have mistaken something." The many nascent souls frowned slightly. All the paragons of the North region hiding far away froze momentarily as well, confused by Su Zimo's words. Su Zimo continued, "I'm not the one who has to escape. It's you guys." The hearts of many nascent souls skipped a beat. Before his words were finished, Su Zimo slapped the storage bag on his waist and whisked out a bronze square tripod that was more than a meter tall. The tripod was dull and lifeless, filled with cracks. However, its edges were defined as it stood in the world, as though it wanted to pierce the firmaments and tear the ground asunder. Ha 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 ha. 7 Kills Sect's perfected lord froze for a moment before rearing his head in laughter. He pointed at the bronze square tripod in 7 Kills Sect's hands and asked loudly, "You're truly a beast without any brains. Do you really think that you can threaten us with that broken piece of metal?" The other nascent souls were relieved at the sight of that bronze square tripod as well, their expressions relaxed and their eyes shining with mockery. No matter what the grade of this bronze square tripod was in the past, even if it was a treasure even beyond dharmic weapons, it was already useless right now. If it could not release dharmic powers, what was the difference between this tripod and scrap metal? Foo-foo. Suzimo smiled as well. Indeed, that bronze square tripod was of no threat to nascent souls. However, that might not be the case for the golden lava inside. After it was contained in the bronze square tripod, the golden lava seemed like it was sealed by some power and was calm as water without emitting any heat. Gripping the hind legs of the bronze square tripod with both hands, Suzimo raised it and spun, swinging it at the nascent souls all around him. Swoosh! The golden lava gushed out, blanketing the skies. When the lava splashed through the void, it burst forth with a shuddering heat that was enough to annihilate everything and incinerate all living beings. At this moment, the nascent souls who coveted the divine phoenix bone were all in the vicinity and none of them could escape from the radius of the golden lava. Contact with the golden lava, even if it was only a single drop, would immediately ignite a shiny golden flame. It burned in the void relentlessly. Given the bodies of nascent souls, they would be burned into ashes within dozens of breaths in the golden flames. If they were drenched by the golden lava, they would be engulfed immediately with no corpse left. The scariest thing was that once the nascent souls were touched by the golden flames, they would not be able to extinguish it no matter how they struggled. Ah! 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 Tragic cries reverberated through the world. In midair, countless figures engulfed in flames streaked through the air. They did not manage to fly far before they fell as a pile of ashes. The battlefield had instantly transformed into a burning hell. None of the nascent souls could avoid this calamity. Even the old man from Glass Palace, who was well versed in body tempering, only managed to hang on for dozens of breaths before falling to the ground without any trace of life. Only the golden cores who hid far away managed to survive. The golden flames burned furiously. All the stone pillars in the underground palace were incinerated. The underground palace collapsed with countless rocks crashing down and dust billowing. Everywhere the golden lava reached, a massive pit would be burned in its place. The flames surged into the air, illuminating the dark night like day. Against the scarlet golden flares, the monster incarnate's figure was faintly visible, looking like a divine being scrutinizing everything from the flame. It was over. Everything was over. The flames burned through the entire skies. Even the clouds shone tragically beautiful with a scarlet golden shade. The world has changed. From this day forth, the cultivation world of the North region was going to be overturned. Chapter 573, Tribulation of Life. Chapter 573, Tribulation of Life. A lost expression flashed through Suzimo's eyes as he gazed at the endless flames around him as well. Although he managed to get his hands on the vermilion fruit, his identity was revealed. It was hard to conclude his gains and losses at the exact moment. Almost all the sects and factions of the North region were implicated in this fire. From this day forth, Suzimo would be faced with an endless hunt and no place would be safe for him in the North region. How difficult would it be if he wanted to escape from the North region? The North region was way too big. Suzimo was only at early stage golden core. Even with his double immortality and demonic cultivation, he would have to take hundreds of years of traveling even in the best circumstances. He would most likely be killed within that period of time. With the conclusion of this battle, Suzimo had not only offended Glass Palace, but the entire cultivation world of the North region. No matter what, I've got to get out of this place first. Before long, he calmed down and made a decision. Picking up the coiling dragon seal on the ground, he put it away in his storage bag before donning on new green robes. Hiding in the bronze square tripod, he broke through the layers of flames and escaped into the distance. All of a sudden, another streak of golden light surged through the flames. Sweeping his gaze across that golden light, Suzimo could not help but freeze momentarily. It was a black basket that glowed with a golden light, resembling an iron pot with a few holes on top of it. Behind the holes were a pair of black gem-like eyes that darted around rapidly. Little fox. That sharp little thing still made a decision in the end. She chose to leave that home which she had lived in for dozens of years. She chose to leave her mother and enter the outside world. Although Suzimo was reluctant when he left the underground cave as well, He could only let the little fox make the decision for herself. That basket that looked like an iron pot seemed unassuming, but in reality, it could protect her from the surrounding golden flames. Earlier on, even when many nascent souls tried to use their dharmic weapons, they were incinerated into ashes by the golden flames. "Come over. I'll take you away from here," Suzimo shouted softly. He was the reason why the little fox was willing to leave the underground cave. There was no way he could possibly abandon her in this place. Given her ignorance to the outside world, she wouldn't survive for more than a month living alone. The little fox was extremely obedient, and with a leap, she whisked her fire-blocking basket and slithered through Suzimo's robes, climbing to his shoulders with a few steps. Swoosh! A pair of spirit wings appeared behind Suzimo. Swoosh! Flapping his spirit wings, Suzimo channeled blood chi and sprinted with his full might into the distance. He had not gone far when suddenly, the skies darkened. A sinister voice echoed through the entire Great Qian ruins. "Without my permission, nobody is allowed to leave this place today." The next moment, a terrifying might descended and the countless otherworldly soldiers in the palace instantly dispersed into malevolent chi. The golden cores who were initially watching from afar were shocked and shivered uncontrollably, nearly kneeling on the ground. The pressure was way too immense. Against this intimidation, many golden cores felt insignificant as ants that could be squashed at any moment. That aura was way stronger than that of nascent souls. Even the golden flames that were initially blazing diminished significantly, as though they were suppressed by someone. How scary. Who is it? What's the cultivation realm of this person? Could it be void reversion? A void reversion expert must have arrived. There's no way a void reversion would be interested in a 10,000-year vermilion fruit. There must be another reason for it. Many golden cores exchanged glances as their minds filled with questions. Suzimo's expression changed starkly as well with the descent of that might. He felt his footsteps getting more and more sluggish, as though he was trudging through a swamp. However, he had no intention of stopping. The person who arrived was extremely strong. Among the cultivators Suzimo had interacted with before, this person's aura was the most similar to the Azura, Yang Beichen. It was a void reversion. Suzimo did not know why any void reversion would be here. However, he knew that this was his last chance and he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. A middle-aged man in luxurious robes descended from the sky with a grim gaze, scanning his surroundings. A wary look flashed through his eyes when he caught sight of the blazing golden flames in midair. When his gaze came across Pei Chunyu's corpse, the hesitation in the middle-aged man's eyes vanished, leaving nothing but an endless, murderous killing intent. Some cultivators could not endure the pressure and recounted the earlier events vaguely. Shifting his gaze, the middle-aged man caught sight of Suzimo, who was escaping, and could not help but bark coldly with a dark expression. "Little beast, how dare you try to escape in front of me, Dao being Xian Yu?" Boom! Dao being Xian Yu's spirit consciousness moved. A horrifying might descended immediately. With a bang, Suzimo's body crashed and slammed onto the ground harshly. The tremendous shock caused the flesh on the surface of his body to rip apart, spurting with blood and adding injuries on top of his original injuries. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo transformed into a blooded person. He could not help but grunt dully and his knees wobbled, almost falling. The difference was too great. This was not merely a difference in terms of strength. It was the difference between two different levels, and it was worlds apart. Dao being Xian Yu did not have to make a move at all. Suzimo could not even withstand his pressure as a void reversion alone. The little fox was horrified. Earlier on, she was protected in Suzimo's embrace. Suzimo had defended her from all damage using his body. With his back against Dao being Xian Yu, Suzimo continued to escape, panting with a hint of blood in his breath and blood frothing from his mouth. However, his gaze was unusually resolute and immensely fierce. With his hands behind his back, Dao being Xian Yu traveled through the air and looked down at Suzimo, who was escaping down on the ground. Those eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty, as though he was looking at an ant that was struggling to survive. "Mr. Mo, he..." When he saw that, Mu Dongqing wanted to say something but hesitated. Nobody expected that the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Jew would possess such an identity and frightening combat strength. A few years ago, Su Zimo helped him refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon in the capital of Great Jew. At that time, he was still a little amateurish. But now, that seemingly frail scholar had already grown to such an extent. Yet, unfortunately, that scholar was about to die. What a pity, sigh. After a long silence, Mu Dongqing gave a long sigh of sadness. No matter what, Su Zimo had once helped him. Mu Dongqing felt pained when he saw the state Su Zimo had ended up in. Bai Yuhan seemed to have recalled something and whispered with a conflicted expression, "If the third princess hears the news about young Master Su's death, she is going to be extremely sad." Mu Dongqing lamented, "At the end of the day, humans can't fight against fate with their own strength. Even a void reversion has shown himself at this point. This should be a fated tribulation in his life such that he can't avoid death." In midair, Dao Bingxian, you seem to have lost his patience and interest in toying around. Harumphing coldly, he suddenly descended and blocked Su Zimo's path forward. Right then, something weird happened. Chapter 574, Snapped Wrists. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and a milky white gigantic bow. Chapter 574c. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and a milky white gigantic bow suddenly appeared in his palm. The black gold arrow was already drawn. The bow was like a full moon. The moon concealment bow and black gold arrow. That was the strongest attack that Su Zimo could make given his current state. So what if it was a void reversion? Su Zimo was not going to give up just like that. It was impossible for him to escape under the watch of a void reversion. The only way was if he could kill the void reversion. The light on the moon concealment bow shone brightly and an endless spirit chi surged into Su Zimo's embrace, as though he was hugging a full moon. The black gold arrow shimmered with a cold, chilling intent, almost fusing into one as the full moon in his embrace. Bam! The black gold arrow was shot forward. The two of them were way too close. The black gold arrow arrived instantly, and even if Su Zimo and Dao Bingxian were in a different spot, this would have been an extremely difficult arrow to dodge. Dao Bingxian did not move at all, his eyes filled with mockery as though he was completely unaffected by the cold flash before his eyes. "Is that all you've got?" He raised his palm in a seemingly slow motion, but it tunneled through the void, arriving right in front of the black gold arrow. His palm was sparkling like jade and shone with a mysterious luster. His fingernails were long and slender, as flawless as glass. Curving his finger, Dao Bingxian flicked gently. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Under countless gazes, that arrow that was enough to kill Pei Chunyu instantaneously was flicked away by Dao Bingxian's finger. There were no injuries on his finger at all. He did it extremely casually. Su Zimo's pupils constricted starkly and his heart sank. It was way too scary. The power of a void reversion had far exceeded his imagination. The difference between them was way too great, akin to heaven and earth. A savage glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he suddenly extended his right arm without stopping in his tracks. The right hand that was in possession of the divine phoenix bone gripped into a fist without any fancy moves, smashing down onto Dao Bingxian's head fiercely. The black gold arrow was the first move that Su Zimo prepared. It was meant to confuse Dao Bingxian and numb him, causing him to lower his guard. His true killing move was the divine phoenix bone at the back. Given Dao Bingxian's cultivation realm, he would definitely take the attack of a golden core head-on without avoiding. In that case, there would be a chance to trigger the power of the divine phoenix bone. Su Zimo believed that once the power of the divine phoenix bone was triggered, it would be enough to injure Dao Bingxian even if it was unable to kill him. However, that might be his only shot at survival. Dao Bingxian's eyes shone with a deeper mockery. The futile struggle of a trapped beast. Dao Bingxian sneered. As Su Zimo expected, he reached out with his fist and met Su Zimo's right hand directly. Su Zimo's eyes shone viciously. His inner core and golden core circulated wildly and his blood chi surged. All his tendons and bones were ringing with the sound of rumbling thunder as his organs shook while his orifices shone with a demonic glint. There were even streaks of bloodshot lights forming around the top of his head. Su Zimo was converging all the power within his body towards his right hand. This single move would determine his victory or defeat. Right as their fists were about to collide, Dao Bingxianyu smirked and suddenly converted his fist to a palm, choosing not to engage Su Zimo head-on. Dao Bingxianyu's palm glided upwards gently and avoided the incoming fist, arriving at Su Zimo's right wrist area before gripping suddenly. Su Zimo froze in his tracks. A tremendous repulsion force surged into his body and he felt like his bones were all going to shatter. Ooh! Su Zimo's expression changed as he grunted. Dao Bingxianyu's palm gripped his wrist tightly like an iron hoop. The immense power almost crushed his right wrist. It was way too painful. Su Zimo shuddered from head to toe and clenched his teeth. Bead-sized sweat droplets rolled down from his cheeks instantly. With a cold expression, Dao Bingxianyu raised his chin slightly and looked down at Su Zimo, sneering, "Trying to kill me with your divine phoenix bone? Foo-foo." Dao Bingxianyu chuckled gently and shook his head. "You're way too naive." The difference between the two of them was not merely limited to their cultivation realms and strength. In terms of experience and psychology, Su Zimo was even more disadvantaged. Dao Bingxianyu had already guessed Su Zimo's intentions and did not choose to take the divine phoenix bone head-on, gripping the latter's wrist instead. Su Zimo's right hand had the indestructible divine phoenix bone. However, his wrist was incomparably fragile against the power of a void reversion. Dao Bingxianyu's change in movement had severed Su Zimo's final hope. Enduring the immense pain on his wrist, Su Zimo glared at Dao Bingxianyu indignantly with clenched teeth. "Divine phoenix bone." Dao Bingxianyu lamented, "An ant like you isn't befitting of possessing such a divinely object. From this day forth, the divine phoenix bone belongs to me." Before he finished his sentence, Dao Bingxianyu exerted slight strength into his palm. Snap! The jarring sound of bones snapping echoed. Su Zimo's wrist was snapped directly by Dao Bingxianyu. His right hand hung limply, only connected by skin and flesh. Many cultivators winced at the sight of that. As though he could not feel any pain, Su Zimo did not let out any sound at all. His body merely trembled slightly while his features were distorted. Su Zimo's eyes were narrowed and his expression was extremely cold. Dao Bingxianyu ignored the hatred in Su Zimo's eyes and merely remarked indifferently, "Little beast, Pei Chunyu is my grandson. Since you took his life, I'll let you suffer in pain and torment for all eternity. Your snapped wrist is just the beginning." Dao Bingxianyu's voice was like a malevolent ghost from hell and was extremely chilling. Bang! Suddenly, Dao Bingxianyu extended his feet and tapped Su Zimo in the dantian gently. His kick was way too fast. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to dodge it, let alone the fact that he was now severely injured with his spirit energy drained and blood chi exhausted. Furthermore, Dao Bingxianyu's palm was locked on Su Zimo's injured right wrist the entire time. Su Zimo could not escape at all. Although that kick seemed like it was slow and gentle, it let out a frightening amount of power on Su Zimo's dantian. It was like a gigantic spear that thrust into Su Zimo's dantian. Su Zimo shuddered and felt a sharp pain pierce through his abdomen, almost fainting from it. A blooded hole appeared on his dantian, muddied by flesh and blood. Destroyed. Su Zimo could clearly feel that his golden core was shattered by that single kick from Dao Bingxianyu. His spirit energy drained rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his dantian turned into an empty spot without any spirit energy at all. Su Zimo's body convulsed slightly and he almost could not stand straight. His face was pale, his eyes went dim and his breathing turned faint. His cultivation was crippled. The core of a golden core perfected being was their golden core. It could not be recovered once it was destroyed. Dozens of years of tough cultivation was destroyed overnight. For cultivators, there was nothing more cruel than having their golden cores destroyed and their cultivations crippled. It was dead silent all around. The golden cores had various expressions, some of them gloated, some sighed to themselves while others revealed pained looks. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan had some ties with Su Zimo in the past. At this moment, none of them could bear to continue watching. Dugu Jian lowered his sword eyes and shook his head gently with a look of pity on his face. No matter how much of a monster incarnate Su Zimo was, how amazing, or even if he had once cultivated to the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm with double phenomenons, all of that had now vanished with the destruction of his golden core. Chapter 575, Miserable. Chapter 575, Miserable. Su Zimo was long drenched in head and his head was slumped with his black hair raining down. The only thing that could faintly be seen were a pair of frightening eyes. Even with his golden core destroyed and his cultivation crippled, Su Zimo did not despair. He would definitely take revenge for this as long as he could walk out alive today. He had his inner core despite his shattered golden core. For the past 8 years, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness day and night religiously. The inner core that he refined was the essence of the first 7 sections of the mystic classic. He could still trample on everyone across the same level by relying on his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Dao being Xian Yu tightened his grip on Su Zimo's snapped wrist with a cold gaze. As he looked down at the silently slumped Su Zimo, he suddenly remarked, "Oh, right. I nearly forgot. You're half a demon as well and you've also cultivated an inner core." The existence of the inner core could not be hidden from Dao being Xian Yu's spirit consciousness. "Is that what you're relying on?" Dao being Xian Yu laughed, somewhat menacing, before saying slowly, "Even though you're a golden core, I'm not going to leave you any chances. I will let you experience the true meaning of despair." The moment he said that, Dao being Xian Yu extended his right fist. Bang! Dao being Xian Yu punched his right fist savagely through Su Zimo's chest. When the tremendous power surged wildly into Su Zimo's body, the first to receive the impact was the mystic gold silk armor. Unable to withstand the burst power of Dao being Xian Yu, a hole appeared through the carnate spirit weapon and all 6 spirit patterns dissipated. After breaking through the defensive carnate spirit weapon, the remaining power cruised through into Su Zimo's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Blood drained from Su Zimo's face as he was lifted up before crashing down heavily once more. A series of tears appeared on his inner core. Su Zimo could no longer feel the existence of demonic power within him. He had lost complete control of his inner core as well. Once again, Su Zimo's expression turned paler. Even if his inner core was not completely crippled after receiving such an immense blow, the chances of it recovering in the future were extremely slim. In reality, Dao being Xian Yu had intended to shatter Su Zimo's completely with that punch. However, the mystic gold silk armor blocked a large part of the power. Furthermore, Su Zimo's tendons, bones, blood and flesh were extremely frightening to begin with and he possessed a shocking defense. That was the only reason why the inner core was not pierced entirely with that single punch. Prior to this, Dao being Xian Yu maintained his grip on Su Zimo's right wrist the entire time. It was only at this moment when he sensed that the situation was deadlocked that he felt relieved enough to release his grip. Dao being Xian Yu had been cultivating for thousands of years up till now and he was no fool. He would definitely not make a mistake nor would he leave Su Zimo with any chances. The little fox was nearly scared out of her wits throughout the entire process. She had never witnessed such cruelty and remained hidden behind Su Zimo the entire time. It was up till this moment that the little fox realized something and shrieked. No matter how timid she was, she could not bear to see Su Zimo bullied by someone like this. Phew! She tossed the fire-blocking basket in her paws away. The fire-blocking basket expanded rapidly in midair with 9 golden streaks of light. Surging with an endless killing intent, it shone with a fiery blaze down onto Dao being Xian Yu. Hey! A hint of surprise flashed through Dao being Xian Yu's eyes. Against the incoming fire-blocking basket filled with endless flames, Dao being Xian Yu did not dodge nor avoid. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands and scooped in midair. Those terrifying flames did not even manage to burn off Dao being Xian Yu's hair or skin. Reaching through the flames, Dao being Xian Yu's arms were completely fine as he pulled the fire-blocking basket towards him for a closer inspection. The glint in his eyes intensified as he nodded to himself. A moment later, he placed the fire-blocking basket in his storage bag. This is a great treasure. It's a pity that you are too weak to be able to unleash the full might of the fire-blocking basket. From this day forth, it belongs to me. Here. The little fox was agitated. That was her mother's parting gift for her and she could not lose it. Don't go. Susimo's voice was hoarse and extremely weak. Unfortunately, the little fox was flustered over her fire-blocking basket and it was too late even if she heard Susimo's call. The little fox dashed forward. Initially, Dao being Xian Yu wanted to slap her to death. However, a thought crossed his mind. Fox race. A hint of lust could be seen flashing through Dao being Xian Yu's eyes as he changed his mind and swept his hand. Bang! The little fox was repelled and fell into the mud, spitting out a huge mouthful of blood with a stricken expression. She had not formed a core and could not even change her appearance yet. Naturally, she was not a match for Dao being Xian Yu. Little thing, it will be extremely easy for me to kill you. It will take nothing more than a single thought. Dao being Xian Yu remarked coldly, from this day forth, you are my slave. If you dare to go against me, I'll make sure you suffer. The fox race gave birth to natural seductresses. If he could capture someone from the fox race as a slave to do whatever he wanted with her, he would definitely live his days in bliss like an immortal. The little fox was seriously injured to begin with and was uneasy internally. With Dao being Xian Yu's words right now, she knew of her impending fate and was so agitated that she fainted. Dao being Xian Yu did not care at all. He had loads of time in the future to train up this fox. Dao being Xian Yu's gaze shifted towards the bloodstained cultivator not far away. Their gazes met. Dao being Xian Yu frowned slightly. He had to acknowledge that there was still no sign of defeat in Susimo's eyes despite the circumstances. There were way too many powers in the world that could defeat Susimo. However, there was nothing that could make him bow down. Dao being Xian Yu frowned slightly. Susimo's gaze made him feel uncomfortable. It felt as if something was not within his control. That's impossible. Dao being Xian Yu lamented, that kid's golden core is crippled and his inner core is shattered. By now, he's a complete cripple and there shouldn't be any accidents. Little beast, why aren't you escaping anymore, Dao being Xian Yu sneered. Susimo remained silent. With an unpredictable tone, Dao being Xian Yu continued slowly, don't worry, I won't let you die that easily. I'm going to imprison you and slowly torment you while interrogating you about the secrets of your divine phoenix bone and double immortality and demonic cultivation. There's way too many secrets that you are keeping. Susimo smiled as well. I'm afraid you won't get the chance to discover the secrets I'm hiding. A series of sinister sutras flowed through Susimo's mind. Poof! His heart nearly ripped apart and his bloodline surged, blazing in flames. In the blink of an eye, almost a third of his bloodline was burned up. That was the blood escape technique of the fiend sect. Even with his golden core crippled, inner core destroyed, spirit energy drained and demonic power exhausted, Susimo had another type of power within his body, the power of his bloodline. Within a short period of time, Susimo's speed would increase exponentially upon the release of blood escape. Even so, it was still utterly ridiculous to think that he could escape alive from the grasp of a void reversion. Otherwise, Susimo would have released blood escape long ago and escaped from this place rather than wait till this irrevocable state. Right now, he only had a single aim for releasing blood escape, to escape to the Dragon Burial Valley. Chapter 576, Leap. Chapter 576, Leap. After releasing blood escape, Susimo turned to flee without hesitation. When he passed by the little fox who fainted, he scooped her up into his embrace and continued sprinting with all his might. Susimo did not dare to imagine what would happen to the little fox if he abandoned her here. That would be a fate worse than death. His figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight and sped outside. All the paragons were stunned. They saw that Susimo was a cripple on his last breath, someone who could not even stand steadily. In the blink of an eye, that cripple released such a terrifying speed. Even Dao Bing Xian Yu froze momentarily, let alone the golden cores who were watching. Although he was a void reversion, a full 2 major realms above Su Zimo, he was extremely cautious. He only relented his grip on Su Zimo's wrist after crushing the latter's golden core and inner core. However, Dao Bing Xian Yu truly had not expected Su Zimo to still have energy left to escape. Blood escape? His eyes flashed as he recognized the origin of that secret skill immediately. Blood escape was a secret skill from Azura sect of the Fiend sects and was extremely famous in the cultivation world. It provided a frightening burst power that was far beyond the other escape techniques of the 5 elements. Trying to escape in front of me? You're truly way too naive. Dao Bing Xian Yu sneered. Let's see how long more you're intending to run for. Before his sentence was finished, Dao Bing Xian Yu gave chase. His speed was even slightly faster than Su Zimo, who was bursting with blood escape. Su Zimo might have truly been able to escape alive with blood escape if he was hunted by nascent souls. Unfortunately, he was facing a void reversion. Furthermore, it was a supreme expert of the void reversion realm, a cultivator of Glass Palace. Right now, in Dao Bing Xian Yu's eyes, Su Zimo's escape was nothing more than an ant struggling on the brink of death. The distance between the two of them was decreasing rapidly. If not for the fact that Su Zimo had made a move first, Dao Bing Xian Yu would have caught up to him within a few dozens of breath. Many golden cores followed hurriedly. However, their speeds were far inferior compared to Dao Bing Xian Yu and Su Zimo, who was in blood escape. Thankfully, there were not many obstructions before them and the path was clear. The paragons chased while gazing the entire time. By the looks of it, Dao Bing Xian Yu will be able to catch up to Su Zimo in less than 100 breaths. That's right. Even with blood escape, that man is only grasping at straws. His death is inevitable. I guess he's just trying to stay alive for every single second possible for now. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan had conflicted expressions when they heard the discussions. No matter what, Su Zimo was a cultivator of Great Dew. They even had ties with him previously. In the end, neither of them were as relaxed as everyone else when they saw the state he was in. After a slight chase, Mu Dongqing suddenly exclaimed softly and frowned, murmuring to himself, "This direction doesn't seem right." It seems to be. Could it be the Dragon Burial Valley? Some cultivators in the crowd noticed something strange and exclaimed. The Dragon Burial Valley was an extremely unlucky place. In the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, the blood of emperors was spilled, patriarchs were killed and a divine dragon was buried there. In the past 10,000 years, countless experts have made their way into the Dragon Burial Valley to check things out. Eventually, there was no news of any of them and neither did they return. It was said that even Dharma characteristics and conjoint bodies wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Among them, there were some renowned and famous monster incarnates and supreme experts. In fact, there were even people who regarded the Dragon Burial Valley as the 10th forbidden ground apart from the 9 forbidden ground. Suddenly, all the paragons read Su Zimo's mind. Since he knew he was going to die, he might as well leap into the Dragon Burial Valley so that Dao Bing Xian Yu gets nothing at all. Dao Bing Xian Yu's expression was grim in midair. Clearly, he had read Su Zimo's mind as well. His blood chi surged and his dharmic powers gushed. By now, his speed was already at its limits and there was even a buzzing sound coming from the void. The vermilion fruit was born in the depths of the Great Qian ruins and was extremely close to the Dragon Burial Valley. Now that Dao Bing Xian Yu was pursuing Su Zimo and his blood escape with full speed, the two of them arrived at the location of the Dragon Burial Valley before long. Not far ahead, a gigantic ravine split the entire Great Qian ruins into two. The ravine was dark and chilling, exuding a shuddering aura. From midair, it looked like it was a titanic creature with its mouth open, ready to devour any food that presents itself. Little beast, how dare you? Dao Bing Xian Yu was flustered and could not help but shout sternly. He would suffer great losses if Su Zimo were to truly leap into the Dragon Burial Valley. The Divine Phoenix Bone and secret behind the double immortality and Divine Phoenix Bone would be buried in the Dragon Burial Valley forever alongside Su Zimo's leap. Arriving at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo looked down and felt his head spin. His injuries were way too severe. Be it physically or mentally, he was at his limits after his golden core was destroyed, inner core shattered and the release of blood escape after a drawn-out battle. A conflicted look flashed through Suzumo's eyes. He was indignant at the end of the day to die just like this. However, if he were to end up in Dao being Xian Yu's hands and endure endless torment, he'd rather jump down here and end things once and for all. Forget it. Suzumo sighed internally. Little beast. Suzumo. Dao being Xian Yu changed his manner of address hurriedly. Standing at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, Suzumo swayed as though a slight wind could knock him over. Dao being Xian Yu did not dare to close in at all. Suzumo, there's no need for you to do this. Dao being Xian Yu said with a deep voice, we can make a trade. As long as you hand the divine phoenix bone to me, I can forget about the grudges between us. Suzumo looked at Dao being Xian Yu mockingly with his back facing the Dragon Burial Valley. Although Dao being Xian Yu was smiling on the surface, he cursed internally, don't worry, I'm a man of my words. As long as you're willing to hand over the divine phoenix bone, I'll leave immediately without hurting you at all. You want the divine phoenix bone? Sure. Suzumo smiled and jumped behind, remarking indifferently as he fell into the Dragon Burial Valley, come down and take it. You. Dao being Xian Yu was enraged and disappeared from the spot in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley and stopped hurriedly. He wanted to extend his robes to pull Suzumo up, but it was already too late. He could only watch as Suzumo fell into the darkness, vanishing entirely. 10,000 years ago, a few emperors of the human race joined forces and fought a legendary war against the divine dragon, forming this gigantic ravine. The ravine was not only the tomb of the divine dragon, there were even more frightening powers mixed within it. Even a dharmic weapon would turn into dust if it fell inside, let alone the body of a cultivator. Dao being Xian Yu did not dare to head down and could only watch as the divine phoenix bone disappeared from his sights. Little beast, do you think that this is over? Since you killed my grandson, I'm going to exterminate the Su family and no one will be spared. Dao being Xian Yu had a menacing expression that was beyond horrifying. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.